Good evening. Welcome to your Ass Hurts News Network. Coming to you live from the tip top of Cock Tower Square with your host, Sergeant Friday. Sarge, how you doing?
Cletus,
Sergeant.
you've been in absenteeism for quite some time. We were going to dock your pay, but we don't pay you anything. So yeah, just consider yourself docked.
All right. Well, I was just trying to, experience a little bit of time in the life of my role model, Fat Bastard.
Fat bastard. Did you change your flooring out to OSB board?
Not yet, but I'm fucking working on it.
You got to do that.
I'm considering it this weekend.
I mean, make it welcoming. So all your guests got to sit in old kitchen chairs on top of OSB board. That ought to be wonderful.
Yeah.
One big ass recliner. The rest of the house is just vacant.
That's right.
How is Fat Bastard doing? Anybody know? Has he been out? I mean, has he found his kid?
No.
Nah.
But it sounds like he has managed to somehow convince Nancy Grace to have some of his fucking minions on her show.
That's awesome.
Yeah, right, isn't it? I fucking heard that tonight, and I've been just dying laughing ever since. Like that.
Nancy Grace will be flattered. I mean, it wouldn't take shit. Fucking bitch is ugly, bro. God damn. Yeah. I mean, if that face was on fire, I hope I could piss gasoline. It's crazy.
Oh,
real man. We live in a hell of a time, Cletus. A hell of it. Everything is miscombobulated and crazy and insane and fucked up, and yet, I don't know. I had a good visit at the dentist today. I went to a different dentist, and they're a specialist in tooth replacement. And yeah, I'm gonna get 4 teeth changed.
Yeah.
A couple of molars and just I don't know what the fuck. Anyway, but yeah, 4 of them. Very nice. And his prices are reasonable, about 10 grand for 4 of them. I'm thinking, that ain't too fucking bad. I set that much aside. 15,000 was the budget I had for dental work. And yeah, I don't know. Seems like it's going to work out.
Well, there you go.
I'll have all my biters and chewers in there. And, I've come to an understanding. I think we're more like the Itchy and Scratchy show. But sadly, I'm itchy, obviously. I run around saying my balls itch, right? I even got my Alexa saying it. So sadly, that leaves you as scratchy. It's probably not a good place to be. Did you see that video I've been playing? You haven't seen the video of the trolls?
No.
The Jeff H's and shit like that you hit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, because of the co-host's absenteeism, I have to torture you one more time with my favorite video.
Well, let's see.
Oh, my God, bro. Hang on. I'm going to kill this. I turned off the call-in segment because I've got you in here. Hang on. This is just off the fucking wall. You want a little summation of what this is?
No, don't fucking do me like a true crime creator. Play it and then let me form my opinion before me to.
Okay. All right. Yeah, look, all right. Remember when that guy was doing that? And what was it? Fucking. All right. He was working in that one show there where the black and white guy were cops.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon. It was Joe Pesci.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you see the traffic light?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Cletus's first reaction. Can we please have a radio silence until after Cletus is done commenting? The video is only about 2 minutes, Cletus, and here we go. I am now muted.
Stop! Stop! What are you doing? Stop! Please! No!
Holy fuck. That's your internet trolls. Does it apply to any of the people that visit your channel? Clue. All right, you're open. The floor is yours. Comments, please.
It's It's appropriate. I'm hearing myself through your fucking microphone for some reason. There's a bad echo.
Oh, hang on, maybe my
Echo. No,
how about now? Yeah, I had the YouTube video. That is just the most fucked up video ever.
That shit's fucking funny.
But Jeff was in here last night. Jeff H. trying to mask himself behind his 37 identities.
Yeah.
And it dawned on me we've been Jeffed, and that's Jeff. In the God, it could be any of these guys. T-Rev, all of these people where they're trolling bullshit. Tommy Jude, it's all of these motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
They got all this shit to say that means nothing. And it's just fucking mental masturbation, and it's insanity, right?
Oh, speaking of Tommy Jude, we have found the Tommy Jude of the Sebastian Rogers case.
Is it a reflector? It's got to be that mob crew.
No, it's actually not. No, it's somebody that's come about just because of the Sebastian Rogers case. But they have literally taken what I presume to be a fucking Rorschach image, made it blurry, and said that they can see Chris and Katie holding Sebastian and putting him in the back of something. It's fucking It's
like it's like the Fight Club in the garage off that Chinese satellite.
I saw her. Yeah, we were watching something last night, and she was live and playing it last night on fucking Batshit Betty's, and this come up, and I stopped it, and I started just going the fuck off about it. Well, I saw today the lady that did a review and was like, I don't understand why they got so mad. They're so mad they must be defensive, and I'm sitting here like, what in the fuck are you talking about? I'm angry at the level of fucking ignorance amongst all the people that were watching and commenting on that with anything other than go fuck yourself, you fucking lunatic, Yep. And that's the first thing I thought of is I was like, this woman is Tommy Jude, 100% Tommy Jude.
Here's something interesting. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
There's a creator out here that's been in issues with being a wife beater or a woman beater. He's assaulted women in one way, shape, or form. And he gets thousands and thousands of views because he's a schmoozer towards women. And I think he does a fairly good job of schmoozing. And yet the guy's history is beating on women. And people come into this fucking channel, right? Mm-hmm. They have the audacity to come in and ask me why I don't like the person. And it's not that I have a personal dislike, but it's more that I have, I'm exasperated that you're personally that fucking stupid. Yeah. Of course women beaters are always fucking schmoozers. Of course they're fucking smooth. Right? I mean, when did you ever find a fucking guy pick up some woman in a bar by beating on her? Never. Never. It's not till after he gets you home and gets you under his confidence and then has control of your life. Then he starts beating on you. And that's who this one creator is. And I find it very fucking amazing that people would much rather listen to that guy and his lying stories and his solutions. And he's got the fucking criminal records of the people he claims did it. And he goes, he's an Idaho 4 fucking I can solve a case through a fucking telephone jerk off. And it's incredible to me that ladies, that you can all be that fucking ignorant. I don't, you know what? I'm not even surprised, in all fairness. I'll be fair. I'm not even that surprised. I'm sorry.
But, it's not.
You know,
It's not
I
called
mean,
the 5.63 billion fucking morons for nothing. Sorry.
well, no, because I'm surprised at some of the hotties I've landed in my life, and I'm not like trying to put myself in a bad way, but I am not somebody that would be in a fucking movie. I'm okay looking, but I'm not fucking a stud of any kind, and I've had my fair share of women. I've never been with an ugly girl ever in my life. That's, you know, I mean, my philosophy was that's why you were given hands. Okay, there's no need to go down that road, right? And so, to me, I guess maybe that's why maybe I've been able to land. Like I was in the dentist office today, and I had all four of the women fucking flirting with me.
Hold on 1 second. Carl's in the wrong fucking chat, but since he's in here and he said it, I'm going to oblige him. You fat bastard.
Yeah, fat bastard.
Quote 3 includes chat always results in you fat bastard. So I was giving him an honorary you fat bastard.
Well, he's also not honorarily connected to the screen.
What?
Carl, queen of the 5.63
billion.
Oh,
I see it now. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. It takes me a lot to. He's been chasing Miss W, and I just hope he doesn't drive around like that video chasing her. You know what I'm saying? keep it fucking civil there, Carl.
Tint your fucking windows, asshole.
Tint them fucking things dark. Fuck. But those are all the internet trolls and all these creators out here that people, especially because there's so many women in true crime and they schmooze up. But when the shit hits the fan, it's an asshole like me that's there to do the right thing and save people. No matter who the fuck you are, whether you're fucking big, fat, short, skinny, miniature, white, black, I don't give a fuck. I'm the one that'll hold my ground, even at my own peril.
Yeah,
they misunderstand.
They misunderstand the stick that you hit them in the head with wasn't to punish them, but to pull them out of the fucking water before they drown. You had to get their attention somehow.
Yeah. Look, hey, that dude's swimming away. Stop chasing that guy. No, it goes with quite a few of the creators that are out here that have got. They're the opposite of what you think they are. And if you do background checks on them with fucking been verified, you find a lot of things that are quite interesting. Like, I'm not going to mention any names, but this person that runs around acting like they're the biggest convict that's ever entered the internet. My one crime supersedes every crime that fucking person did. Right? When I robbed the bank, that motherfucker didn't have no nerve to rob a bank. He claims he broke into houses, but he's got traffic tickets. His biggest crime is fucking DMV crimes. I don't even know what the fuck do you call them, Cletus.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the worst crime he's capable of is fucking property damage when he catches his nose ring on a fucking door handle somewhere.
Yeah. And look, I find it interesting that women are that gullible, right? And it's.
I'm sorry. I'm fucking.
Why is that
just envisioning this motherfucker?
Why is that feeding back?
I don't know. Can you hear me now? Sarge. Hello? We lost him. He ran himself.
I'm here, but you keep repeating yourself.
I'm not repeating myself. Have you got YouTube open?
I bet you do.
Oh. Let me jump.
And I got to go through all my lives to make sure there's no volume on. There isn't.
Let me jump down and I'll come right back up.
I think it's fixed.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my ex somehow decided to start playing volume. Yeah, that's what it was. It was me. I copped to it. It was me. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I find it. It's just, to me, it's just interesting. And then the people that defend these women beaters and these liars is like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, Cletus. It's insanity. And that's what we're surrounded with. 5.63 billion of them, most of them women, right? Or maybe an equal share. I don't know. I've never really looked to see which way it rolls. But in true crime, it's definitely more women than anything else.
Yeah.
Right? So,
which is funny because they they didn't make 47 seasons of Snapped about men, so it's really not shocking that women would be more interested in true crime. It resonates better.
Crazy bitches. Oh man. So what else is happening, Sebastian? Are we caught up on that? Is there any new discovery, any new tip, any indication of anything other than people fucking being jerk offs around it all?
Yeah, unfortunately it's the same, pretty much the same facts that we've known for a long time. It just not much, right?
The needle has not moved.
No, I don't feel like it has personally.
I can tell you, in the Idaho 4, the needle keeps moving. And that does make it a little bit more interesting. Things keep happening, information keeps coming out, and I've watched a little bit of, quite a bit actually, of that Truth and Transparency. Give Lana a shout out, and when she said today that people need to shut their cocksucker, I thought, this girl's kind of nice. I like her. So yeah. But she pointed out something today that I think needs to be pointed out, and it needs to be pointed out by all the creators that are out here. And in as much as nothing hits the target more directly than what she was pointing out today. I've mentioned numerous times that there was a case in Idaho where a doctor was accused of killing another doctor, or a chiropractor killing a chiropractor, right?
Yeah.
And to my own fucking I was lazy and I didn't go research that case, but one of the people involved in the Idaho 4 case is exactly that same policeman.
Yeah, the Idaho State Trooper.
Okay, well, here's what I didn't know, but thanks to Lana, we now all should know this. He was the gentleman that drew the maps of the phone locations in the video in that cop case, or in that doctor case. And it was all wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And he ignored every single thing that would have fit the crime to all fucking costs to nail that fucking doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Every single argument he made, and he did the exact fucking same things he did to Koberger, in as much as he would leave a couple of minutes in between actual reality and what was on the video. And he did that to Koberger. He did that when Koberger left his apartment. Koberger left at 2:44, but the PCA says he left at 2:42. And sure as fucking shit, based on Ann's discovery that they gave her, there is a car that leaves at 2:42 that heads towards Moscow. But the car that leaves at 2:44, you can track with Koberger's phone going south.
And this piece of shit got praised for building a case that was prosecutable before, just like I'm sure he's been praised ever since Koberger was arrested.
No, he hasn't been praised. That charges were dismissed.
No. But the cop doesn't really give a fuck about the charge sticking. That's on the prosecutor. He built the case that the prosecutor took.
Well, yeah, and he's the guy that the prosecutor's supposed to rely on. And the prosecutor obviously isn't checking the work of the cop.
Right.
So when you look at the cop that was involved in the chiropractor murder, and then you take a look at him in the Koberger, and you hold up both allegations for both cases, like they said in that fucking, I remember my cousin Vinny, they're identical. Right? And that's the case here. It's like, it's stunning. I'm glad I watched her a little bit of a clip today. I paid attention to that because I knew this cop was part of this case. But we knew early on about Brady Gigolo, Brady Goo Goo, whatever the fuck that word is.
Yeah.
We knew about that in the very beginning. There were Brady Gigolo violations.
Yeah.
Now we know. But even more importantly, this is what I was saying the other day and didn't even know I was as right as I believe I am now, is that this whole case isn't dependent upon the DNA as people seem to want to think. It's completely dependent upon the PCA, because the PCA gives the DNA the time it arrived.
Well, the DNA was the sleight of hand move in the magic trick, right? because
Well,
it's
no, I think the DNA is. I think the DNA. Let's go with the fact it's real. It's not even a sleight of hand. Let's say that they do have his. Let's accept that is Kohlberger's DNA, right? Just like you can accept that chiropractor was up the street and drove around the property.
But I am assuming that it is his.
All right.
But that's where I'm coming from, saying that that's the sleight of hand trick.
And it's
the
sleight of hand trick.
As you're paying, everybody's paying attention to the DNA. Nobody's paying attention to the PCA. That's the same fucking thing we've been dealing with since it happened. You know what I mean? Everybody, and the only thing, every time you talk about the PCA, it ends in a but they have his DNA. Well, who gives a fuck? What about the document they prepared to fucking charge him with is bullshit. Let's talk about that. But they don't want to.
Right. And what people, and here's the thing is that DNA is just, it's like an acid that's burned through it didn't take much brain to burn through most of the people that are fucking watching this, because there's hardly anything in their skull anyway. Right. So it didn't even have to be a very strong acid to burn itself into their fucking psyche. But in this case, like the other case, none of the movements attributed to Kohlberger have anything to do with the crime of the fucking that happened that night. And yet the way they drew up that PCA and the way they tried to plot the movements of the vehicle they claim belongs to Kohlberger is all a complete fucking lie. There's no truth to it at all. And what people don't want to wrap their head around on is that, like I tried to explain last night, my fingerprint can be in your crime scene, but that's not enough to charge me with murder. Even if it's on the barrel of their gun they used to shoot you in the fucking head with. My fingerprint is circumstantial information. That's all it is. You now have to place me in that house at the time that gun went off. And if my alibi was at work and I got 20 other people telling you that I was at work, then that fingerprint becomes a dead end. And then as investigators, you need to move to other shit. And they didn't do that here. Fair enough. So the DNA, let's call it real. Okay. But because Brian can show, based on the police's own work, that he wasn't there, that's what this Franks hearing is about. The Franks hearing is about the same fucking cop that fucked up the murder case with the doctor. That's what this Franks hearing, because I hope he grants the Franks hearing. Because it's unconscionable to me that the same guy would do the same work 2 years later and come up with the same fucking mess and nobody checked him again. I'm just besides myself that people in law enforcement are that lazy, that stupid, or that inept. I don't even know what to say.
Well, it's not, but that's where I feel like the breakdown in shit is, right? Is everybody looks at law enforcement and says that right there. I can't believe people in law enforcement are this. I can't believe people in law enforcement are that. When at the end of the fucking day, the people in law enforcement are the same fucking people as we sit and talk to every fucking day, and face to face or on the fucking internet. They're just fucking people. And when you've ran so fucking long, so far into left fucking field with the way shit should be, instead of holding people accountable, you get into situations where we're at right now, where nobody gives a fuck about the facts, other than the one fact that, quite frankly, was placed in front of you as the fucking sleight of hand move. I mean, it's literally gotten to the point with, not to sidetrack us with Sebastian's case, but I literally saw this shit the other day. And it was like, this is the culmination of the fucking ridiculousness that is the world we live in. They were talking about Katie and Chris did this. And, that's what the channel was talking about, blah, 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 blah. And look, it very well may be. We have no fucking idea. But there were multiple people in the chat going, yeah, and if we were the jury, they'd already be hung. And I'm like, there's not even a fucking crime.
No.
But you people, thousands of you are sitting here and would 100% stand on that, even if you weren't typing it into a fucking keyboard. If all you had to do is say, yeah, hang them, you would execute two fucking people that probably, as far as we know, didn't do a goddamn thing. And that's literally where we're at, right?
Well, you would think that we have matured since the fucking Salem witch hunts, but we haven't.
No, we have not.
As a group,
we've gotten more sophisticated in disguising our fucking ignorance and brutality toward one another.
Oh, it's kind of incredible how far down the fucking shithole we've all traveled, and people are holding hands, fucking skipping their way down that fucking shithole as if it's a fucking adventure. Never realizing that they themselves they've surrendered their capacity to think. They let someone like fucking Pavarotti think for them. And then they jump behind. Why do you don't like that guy? Well, I got a lot of reasons that I don't like him, but most importantly, that he's not doing anything to help this case and point out to the viewers just how fucked up our law enforcement is. That's what we should be concerned with. Yeah. When you got a policeman that did what's happened in this case, and you got information, I mean, I've said it the whole time, the cops are his alibi. Their arguments of where he was are completely fucking wrong. So he couldn't have been at the house. So that means the DNA don't mean nothing. But these brain dead motherfuckers are going to walk the rest of their lives thinking Brian did it. But what about the 2 blood samples? I don't know if you're aware that happened. They've told us now, we found out that there was blood on the handrail between the 3rd and 4th floor, and the glove that was out back had blood on it as well.
Well, I mean, so we didn't know that to be a fact in terms of specifics, but if I'm not mistaken, we were somewhat aware that they alluded to that.
We knew for a fact that there were 3 other unidentified male DNAs. We didn't know location.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So in fact, now that you've got it on the handrail and you've got it on a glove out by the back door, we also got a real good piece of what Bethany's exculpatory evidence is.
Okay. I haven't.
And apparently she saw a guy run away in his underwear.
We know that that's what that is now?
Yeah.
Oh, hell. So that's in a court filing or in a...
That was Ann Taylor said about that.
Okay.
Brought that up in the hearing the other day. So now we also got more information about Dylan Mortensen. She didn't say half of what's in the fucking PCA. You know what she kept saying? I was drunk. I was messed up. I didn't know if this was real or if it was a dream.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And here's the point that needs to be made to the idiots out there. All of this exculpatory evidence was supposed to be given to the magistrate before they signed the fucking probable cause warrant. So a probable cause warrant is supposed to tell both sides of the fucking story with no bias to either side. And the judge then looks at this information and then decides whether to issue a warrant or not, or will tell you that this is insufficient. I would need more information maybe on this, or, you know, in other words, the judge can instruct you to get more info. So what info would be helpful? And they didn't do that here.
So they're star witness to this, right? Fair, and I get the fair statement. Dylan Mortensen.
Oh, wait. Also add that in a lineup of pictures, she couldn't pick out Brian Koberger either.
And these are facts now. They're
facts. And he was, whoever the perpetrator was wearing a ninja mask.
Okay.
It's like a ski mask. Okay. But so now those are the facts that you have that you didn't have before.
So just a quick summation. You've got a mapping of phone locations and shit like that there are serious issues with and serious questionableness.
Not even questionable. They're completely inaccurate to his presence at the house.
Okay, but what I was going to say is the person that put these together has credibility issues that absolutely will be brought up.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah. You're like Carl and his flat earth, the same shit, bro.
You have a star witness who was admittingly drunk, intoxicated, inebriated, something fucked up of some way, shape, or form, and you've got law enforcement just completely fucking negating that.
And telling a story
and you have DNA, you have blood samples from the door, on a glove, and on the handrail. But
we don't know about a door. We don't know anything about a door. I don't know where you
said the glove out by the back door.
Yeah. So the blood is on the glove out behind by the back sliders.
So you've got blood on a glove, you've got blood on a handrail, which would obviously give you some type of DNA. Now, it may not have anything to do with anybody other than what's in the house, but there should be some there. And you don't mention that, but you mention a single source DNA from the snap of a fucking knife sheath.
But let's be right. But single source and the most microscopic pico amount of fucking DNA. As a matter of fact, one piece less and you couldn't have done anything with it. It was so small of a sample that they had to send it to a lab that has special proprietary software to amplify the sample. So the sample that they're using isn't the original sample even. It's
but I'm just talking about the facts that just in their simplistic form, right? Even when you put that shit in its simplistic form, I can't imagine a prosecutor in the fucking world that would take that and say, yeah, I'll win this. Because your star witness and your fucking detectives have credibility issues. Your star witness won't even fucking hold up.
They said that in the grand jury, she caused more confusion than help. This Dylan Morton. Now we know why.
And the fucking question to me is, what did the grand jury get presented? Because I've wondered that for so long, right? What did the fucking grand jury get presented? Because I'm sorry, I can't put all this on fucking Moscow PD. I can't put all this on the Idaho court system. There was a grand jury that had the opportunity to force this back into the judge's hands, and they didn't. So I will forever wonder what was presented to them. What did they have to work with to make a decision on?
The judge, I'm going to say this because I do agree with Judge Hippler. The identification of the DNA is enough for probable cause, but not to arrest for multiple homicide. What a lot of people don't understand is your fingerprint and your anything that's a single form at a crime scene is circumstantial evidence. If your gun is found at a crime scene, that's circumstantial evidence, Cletus. That does not mean you committed the crime. That gun could have been stolen. I got to go look in the records. This guy reported stolen gun. Did this guy even own the gun? Right? And I got to build a fucking story that fits based on factual proof, not my assessment that you turned your phone off to hide yourself from the cops. That isn't proof. It's not even evidence. It's an opinion. And a probable cause affidavit has to be supported by pure fact. Well, and the fact including exculpatory evidence. It's both ways.
Yeah, I mean, just with the facts that we've got presented, they would have been better off finding and arresting the motherfucker that ran by Bethany in his underwear, and may have gotten the right guy. You don't know, right?
Well, listen. Here's the other thing too. This is why they left all of Bethany's shit out of the PCA. But let's be clear. It's a complete contradiction to what Dylan indicated, and it completely negates the automobile completely because the location of her bedroom faces the front of the house. She could not observe the road to the right of the house. She could only observe the parking lot in front of her and the road. So for her to observe somebody running, and for her to see them, that means they came from the back of the property and they ran across the parking lot. The next question is, did he run down the stairs towards the fraternity? Did he make a left or a right on the Queen Road? See, though, that direction of leaving the property eliminates the car. He left on foot based on what Bethany observed. Now, Dylan never alleged he left in any way, shape, or form by foot or on a car. The cops used that fucking jerk off again to create this fucking idea that a car was involved based on phone pings. That a car was involved based on video, and also disclosed that and this has been common knowledge, but none of the video can the car nor the occupant or occupants be identified at all to be anybody. You can't make a conclusion from what they've given to her in discovery.
So have they discussed what Bethany's description of the person that ran by her in his underwear, in terms of like his height? Was he about 5'6" to 5'8" maybe? So that he would appear.
Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Hang on. AZ in the chat room. You're absolutely fucking wrong. There is no ambiguity in what I'm sharing. I am not creating fucking fantasy stories about other people that did it. She's completely proven by asking simple questions in open fucking court. Officer Payne, in all of the video you collected, can you identify Brian Kohlberger and or his car? And Brett Payne said, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. In the hearing the other day, she said she's got pieces of a car going around that house, just pieces. And you can't even see the car well enough to know if there's a front plate on the bumper or not, because you can't see the whole car. So let's be clear. The FBI agent said clearly he's more comfortable with the 11 to 13 being around that house during the time of the crime. He will not accept the 14 to 16. So listen, shut the fuck up with your little fucking minuscule arguments. Listen and learn, and just shut the fuck up with what you believe. This isn't about believing in data. It's about thinking. So open your fucking mind and listen, or get the fuck out of here. Sorry, Cletus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, show me evidence that Ann did show all this to be true. It absolutely makes it exculpatory. If you got a fucking ping and the car is fucking 10 miles away, you fucking twit, then there isn't time nor opportunity to get to that house.
Well,
You just want to convict people on a guess. You people don't know how to fucking think, people. You're like, Jeff, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Let's take this, right? And so let's take the two things, because I haven't followed this case in a while, but the two things you said, and I asked you twice if they were 100% fact, and you said, yeah. One being Helen was intoxicated and made it known during her statements, right? 3 times in 3 interviews. Okay. And the other one being that Bethany saw somebody run past her, and I assume this to be in the time frame of that they're presenting.
Absolutely.
Okay. So those two things alone are 100% exculpatory to the defendant
correct.
Because one just shoots the credibility of the star witness to death. The other one provides a potential suspect number 2. No. You can't make that assumption. Well, we've been told. Wait, let me finish. Here's why you can't make that. Stick with the facts. They told us a lone individual. I'm not accusing the guy. What I'm saying is that gives you, I shouldn't have said suspect, it gives you another person of interest, right? Which in turn is exculpatory to arresting one guy for the murder of 4 people. Until you've ruled that other person out. Okay. That's a fucking problem.
I agree with you. It doesn't say that there was 2 people committing the crime. It could be a completely separate person, which is what is indicated. Or in fact, they could have both been there.
What I'm saying is that's proof there was another individual within the vicinity that was up and mobile at that time.
Well, the other thing that makes Bethany's view and her story is that you found a glove out by the back sliding glass door with blood on it. That would indicate somebody stripped off their clothes and took off, right? And put them in a bag or put them in their arms. They wanted to get their bloody clothes off and they ran away.
Yeah,
they were all overheated and hot. I mean, they just murdered 4 people with a knife, or so they say it was a knife, right? So her story is absolutely, it tears apart the PCA's allegations that the bushy eyebrows and all of that, and the car. If you take the car out of this, then how do you get Brian Kohlberger to that house? You can't have one without the other. Fair enough.
So, let me hold on, because I may be considering this wrong just immediately. Just because she saw somebody go by in their underwear. But did she give any description of the person at all?
There is more detail to it. She gave us the short of it, and what she told us was that she had witnessed somebody run by. I think she had said in their underwear or in the nude. And so she had witnessed that during that time period that the cops are claiming this happened.
So if she didn't give a description that contradicts Brian's, that's not exculpatory. It's actually in favor of the prosecution, because if she says he's 5'10", athletic, not muscular, but athletically built, that's Brian, right? That still fits.
Well, no, I vehemently disagree with that, because your accusation is that he came in a car and that car sped away at 4:20 a.m.
Well, I'm strictly talking about whether what Bethany saw is exculpatory or not, is all I'm saying. And I'm saying I may be too quick to jump and say, yeah, it is, because it absolutely could work against the defense.
I don't see how it could work against the defense at all.
Which direction did he run?
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. The fact that he left on foot ruins the prosecution's lies. But it contradicts Dylan.
But all right, so hold on. If Bethany is in her room looking out the window into the parking area, right?
Right.
And this guy comes from her left to the right. He's heading toward Queen Road apartment.
We don't know what direction he ran, other than she saw a man running in undershorts.
Okay, then we don't know that is exculpatory, because if he was running from left to right, if he's even remotely plausibly close to the same description in terms of height, anything about Brian, that's not immediately exculpatory, because.
But the DNA on the glove, the blood on the glove is not Brian's. The blood on the railing is not Brian's.
Is it?
So now you have 2 single source male DNAs that don't belong to Brian. There's another one that we don't know where it's located. There's still one left to discover. But my point is,
let me ask this.
Go ahead.
The DNA on the glove and the DNA on the rail, have they given any details about those DNA sources?
They're single source. They're male DNA. That's it.
We know that is to a fact. We know that two
Correct.
of the three unidentified, one came from the handrail, one came from the glove. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And someone threw out there yesterday, and I'm not accepting this to be a fact at all, but someone threw out there, so if Dylan is a transgender, now what? I mean, it was quite an observation. I'm not going with that, though, but I'm just saying, whoa, right? Whoa, right? Right or wrong, Cletus? Is that whoa?
I don't want to go down the what ifs, right? Because that's.
I know, but I'm just saying it is kind of funny, but it does fit into the overall understanding of how fucked up the case is.
Yeah, it is funny. It is fucking funny. And 12 months ago, I'd have been right there with you, like, yeah, what if, you know? But I've learned enough in the past fucking 11 months to change my.
AZ isn't listening. Nobody's saying what Dylan said is exculpatory. What we're saying is that based on the testimony that she gave the police that was disclosed in open court, she said she saw a guy in black. Okay. And she can't identify Brian from photos. She also said the guy walked out towards the sliding glass door. Right. She also stated that he was roughly 5'10" and skinny. And she's 5'8". So my point is, when you then find out that description isn't really in what she had said to the cops, she gave pieces of that, and the cops assembled that statement and wrote it in the PCA, and they left out that this particular witness indicated that they were very drunk and were not completely sure what was going on and what they were seeing was even real. That's exactly what Dylan told the police, and the police left that part about the witness out.
To be fair, those details about her statement, if I'm being honest, make her more likely to be somebody that's a person of interest.
There you go.
Because if she's drunk, I'm sorry, but if she's drunk and half asleep, how the fuck does she manage? And number one, how does she have enough concern to get up 3 fucking times? Number two, how does she manage to do that in that amount of time? Either she's not as drunk as we're assuming what she said portrays, or she's fucking lying. One of the two.
Listen, there's more evidence. You could build more of a case against Dylan Morton than you can Brian Koberger with your eyes closed and actually someone pointing a gun to your head telling you to convict Brian. You still couldn't do it. All the evidence that we know so far places her in the middle of this crime, and whether she committed it directly or indirectly through knowing who came in. I mean, let's remember this. Now you're hearing a drunk girl opening up her door and facing off with a guy walking towards her in a ninja mask that didn't do anything to her. Why not? There's a footprint right out front of her door. Why didn't he go in the door if that footprint belongs to the fucking perp she identified? Or is her identification a needle in all of the world's haystacks that directs everybody away from herself? Just think about the description she gives. You could never find anybody like that. I mean, what is people going to start running around in fucking ninja masks and dark outfits? And
I think
I think it does. It protects her, that statement.
I think it's really interesting, right? Because obviously you've kept up with this case and I haven't, and just what little I've gotten tonight makes me sit here and go, I'm ready for the trial. I'm ready to see and hear the exact statements of both Dylan and Bethany, because right now, with what little I've gotten tonight, plus everything we put together before, I'm sitting here going, what questions did you ask Bethany about the person she saw?
Right, but can I just stop you for a second? Can I stop you for a second? Because this is the most important thing. It's completely different than Dylan, and it was left out of the probable cause data.
I know
you can't do that. That's what makes it so important. I don't think this is going to go to trial because of this.
Well, and that's that's one of my problems, right? So if you're a cop, you're a detective, and you've got 2 people that were in the home that survived this, and now both of them were awake because one saw somebody. One got up in a drunken state and opened the door 3 fucking times, was face to face damn near with the person that did nothing to him and left. What questions did you ask these people and what were their answers? Because now I'm sitting here going, there's a lot of details that it seems like Bethany better fucking have said, or you have a real fucking problem. a real problem, because you completely overlooked the two most probable people in the entire situation. And the question would be, why?
And worse, they tore that house down. There were blood samples, and I'm not sure that Ann is known for the whole time that those blood samples were located where they were. I think she said to us that she learned 3 things that she was unaware of, and she just learned them within the last these hearings that she just had. Some of these hearings were one was closed. So now you're talking about a defense attorney that's being given information, and she didn't spill the beans on all of what it might have been, but she's saying, I'm learning things that I didn't even know were part of this case, and I learned them just today. And it's like, well, I mean, again, so how the fuck can the district attorney hold back all of this data and then drop it on her in some closed hearing? The whole process of what's happened with Mr. Kohlberger is a tragedy and justice. Whether he did it or not, we're not even to that point, and we shouldn't even be paying attention to that. When you look at the shitstorm that these policemen did, and their lies and their deceit and their cutting corners to pin it on somebody, whether that person's the perpetrator or not doesn't matter. You can't fucking lie because you have the right fucking suspect, like you see on TV. No one's looking, just break the door and pick the lock. That is not how shit's supposed to work. And so for people running around that think he's guilty, well, guess what? The fuck, if you're right, this motherfucker has a chance of getting away with it, because you motherfuckers don't even want to hear the truth of what your representatives did. Okay?
So let me ask you this.
Absolutely incredible.
If this goes to trial, do you think Ann is going to present a defense from the stance of my client is innocent, or do you think she's going to present a defense in terms of the state cannot prove what they claim, and it's actually going to be shown that they blatantly lied?
I don't know. I'm convinced she's going to argue this kid's innocent because first of all, for this to go this long and him to be this patient, he ain't that stupid to admit he did it. You follow me?
No,
to anybody. No. He's presented arguments that she's verified that show his innocence in her mind. I clearly believe she's going to show that Brian Kohlberger could not. He did not or could not have the. You can't connect them. Go ahead.
I'm just considering what would be the smarter play, right? Because I mean, quite honestly, if you stand up in front of 12 fucking morons on the internet and say he's innocent, right? You're gonna the odds of you having 12 people that tell you to go fuck yourself is pretty fucking high. If you stand in front of 12 morons on the internet and say the state fucked up in their prosecution, in their charge of him, and they've arrested and tried to convict somebody without the evidence to fucking show it, I think you get more people's attention. And that's what I'm just wondering, which direction do you think would be the smarter one to go for her? And which one do you think she'll choose?
I don't know. It's a balancing act. I don't know that you can't do both at the same time.
Possibly, yeah. I mean,
why wouldn't you be able to accomplish both at the same time?
Because I think when you say innocent, when you polarize yourself in that courtroom, I think you're creating, you're forcing a divide. When at the end of the day, you need 12 people to come together and see it your fucking way. And if you present it from instead of a guilt or innocence standpoint, you present it as the state didn't do their fucking job, therefore your client must be found not guilty. That's a whole different fucking perspective than he's innocent.
Yeah, but the innocence is going to use the exact same evidence. And so you're actually going to have to play that case the same way, either way you want, either one of the messages you want to convey. And I think if you're smart, you'll convey both messages, and you'll be able to show that all of the time and money and effort spent by the police to try to tell you Brian Kohlberger was at that house, show you that he was everywhere except that house. And here's where they made their errors. There's 7 minutes missing in their timeline. That matters. And 2 minutes of the missing time, we now know, are because 2 white cars left his complex. One at 242. That's the one they use in the PCA. But the one at 244 that turned south is clearly Brian's car, because they know the phone turned off 5 minutes later. And you could, according to Ann, you could track that car going south before the phone goes off the air. You see, so the car that they're saying drove towards Moscow isn't Kohlberger's. The police, that's what I said in the beginning. When this all fans out, his alibi are the police themselves.
Yeah.
Right? It gets a bit fucking crazy. And the idea that everybody keeps sticking with DNA, they don't understand. They have no capacity to think. My gun at a crime scene doesn't mean I shot somebody. My fingerprint, my DNA. I just don't understand how people don't realize what circumstantial evidence is. You need now to tie me to that gun at that time. That's my fucking gun at the crime scene. Could be my DNA at the crime scene. You still need to show how it got there, and when it got there is crucial, right?
Yeah.
And knowing that, now look at why the PCA was written that way. And this is what I want people to kind of think about. There would be no need to make up a PCA if all you needed to convict somebody was their DNA at a crime scene. If your whole case is his, oh, he's got DNA there, he's got DNA there. If that's your whole case, okay, then it's up to the defense to show that he wasn't there. But in this case, it's even fucking easier. Okay, you got my client's DNA, but the story you told to put him there at the time of the crime is a lie. It's a complete lie, meaning my client wasn't there. And so now you're still left with the DNA. It clearly didn't get there during the crime because he wasn't there. How did it get there? Only God knows.
Yeah.
You see, you're left with an unconvictable case. Unless you get idiots like AZ and the Jeff H, the jerk offers, the fucking trolls.
Well, and that's exactly
just
why
DNA.
That's exactly why I asked the question, right? I would have to if I'm her. I would hope to God she's aware enough of the society that we live in, right? And,
right. Yeah,
and
I'm sure
considers that in the way that she presents this case, because I really think if you go in there and say this guy's innocent versus a side, and basically that presents him as the victim of the state versus
right.
4 victims that were brutally murdered, I think he loses all fucking day. If you go in there and present he was falsely accused and here's why, then I think you don't polarize the fucking jury that way. But I don't know. I'm not a fucking lawyer, so
I think that based on what I heard with Lana Stream today about the policeman that did the same bullshit in a different case, where it was a murder case in 2020, and they falsely accused, and they provided false information to get their warrants. It mirrors what happened here, and what's astounding to me.
AZ, nobody. So I'll say it from my standpoint. I don't have the opinion that he's innocent or guilty. I think
neither do I.
I think what you're saying is, why am I an idiot for not having the opinion that he's innocent before we even heard proper arguments? But the problem is, you're saying you're making my fucking point in what I'm saying. You're immediately jumping to, I don't have the opinion that he's innocent. Sarge and I aren't talking about whether he's innocent or fucking guilty. We're talking about, did the state properly fucking charge him? And are they preparing a proper case to convict somebody for this? I don't give a fuck if Brian did it or not, other than the fact that if the state did not do their job, they all need to be fucking fired.
So, or Cletus, if the state lied about in other words, if the state lied and Bethany's testimony that the man ran off, right? That's Bethany's testimony.
Right.
Someone ran off.
Mm-hmm.
That then destroys the fucking whole need for the car, right? Why didn't they? In other words, when you wrote up this application to arrest Brian Kohlberger, why didn't you advise the court that Bethany saw something completely different that's inconsistent with what Dylan saw? Right? Our cases, and here's what Dylan never mentioned the car. So I'm not even attacking Dylan. Dylan has nothing to do with the car. But the irony is, how is it that car matches Dylan's description exactly, yet Bethany saw something completely different? I'll accept one person committed the crime. Do you know all the doors in the house were open when the cop arrived, including the door that had the dog in it, and the dog was in that room and there was no evidence or anything to connect the dog as being around any of the dead victims? And all the doors were open when the cops arrived? All the bedroom doors? Is that fucked up or what? How did the house not stink?
So all of the bedroom doors were open when the cops arrived, and the dog was locked in Kaylee's room, right?
It wasn't locked in the room. The door was wide open when the police showed up.
But the dog was in that room.
Yes, the dog was chilling. 4 dead bodies in the house, and the dog is in his own room with no blood, nothing on him to indicate he was anywhere near the crime scene.
Have they mentioned any blood on the door or door above Kaylee's room?
No, not that I'm aware of yet. There's still one unknown source of DNA, male DNA. We don't know its location.
Okay.
We fortunately know 2 of the 3, right?
Yeah.
And that's the problem. There's too many people in this country that don't think about stuff. Oh, these people coming across the border, they need fucking food. Yeah, okay, but 21 million of them shouldn't come between my fucking disabled fellow Americans that are given 1,100 motherfucking pennies a month and just enough money to be fucking depressed and want to kill themselves because they had an accident at work, right? Or because they were born a cripple. They get just enough money to be a fucking degenerate. And some jerk off crosses my border and you give them a fucking $5,000 cash card and $3,000 a month. You guys don't look for facts. You don't look for information to make up your mind. You just, it feels this way. I believe it. You fucking pansy ass cocksuckers. Get out of my country. Cletus. That's why I need you here, brother.
I don't know. It's fucking. That's fucking crazy. I may have to start getting the Idaho 4 to get caught up on it just so that I understand. Because I've got a question now, right? Here's a question I've got. So Bethany, just on what you've told me, right? And that's the only fact I know is that she saw somebody. I have no description, nothing, but she saw somebody run past in their underwear.
Right.
To me, as a prosecutor, I would want that person to be presented to the grand jury to state that, because I would use that as this was the person, right? My question is, what was the deal with her not coming to the grand jury? I remember there was some kind of bullshit about the prosecution did not want her there or something.
No, they were trying to subpoena her for the preliminary hearing that got canceled because of a superseding indictment done in secret. Okay. We don't know what was presented to the grand jury.
Okay, so they were trying to bring her there, but she didn't end up going because it moved to a grand jury instead of a. Okay.
I believe and if that's the case, okay, then that's also a violation of fucking law.
Yeah.
When you swear under oath to a judge that this is information that you believe to be true, your job is to give both sides all the. In other words, you got to give it all up. When I was charged for robbery because my fingerprint was found, but the district attorney, when he went to indict me, had to disclose that I was the maintenance man that had been in that hallway and continued to be in that hallway, painting all of the doors, windows, the trim, ceilings. So my presence on that day is for sure as a workman. There's no evidence beyond the hinge inside the apartment to place me in the apartment. There isn't footprints, DNA, there was nothing. And therefore they didn't indict me. That's how an indictment is supposed to be presented to a grand jury. You got to give both your understanding of evidence that is pointing towards Cletus, and then you got to give evidence that may in fact point away from Cletus, and you let the judge decide. You let the jury decide. You see?
Yeah.
And that's not been done here. They keep out data that would give somebody pause. Like, well, if Bethany saw someone run away in the nude, then what's this car that drove away at a high rate of speed? What's that got to do with anything? How do you connect? In other words, how do you connect the car and these clip videos that don't even show the car clearly? A car that's clearly been identified by an FBI agent is not Brian's, right? I mean, let's just be comfortable with the FBI clearly defined a vehicle that Brian does not own, right? So now what? Now what are you left with? As a judge, you got to go on what? The story of a car that doesn't belong to the perpetrator, that you're alleging is the perpetrator, a description from a woman that couldn't identify him, and your whole accusation only really truly comes back to the DNA, and that DNA was what prompted the cops to go back and assemble these facts in the way they assembled them to frame Brian Kohlberger. It's criminal to leave that shit out. When you have evidence that shows it's contradictory to what you found, it comes down to let the law be the law. You can't be the judge, jury, and executioner and decide what Bethany said doesn't matter. She was drunk. Well, now we know fucking Dylan was drunk. So where do you go with that data? And when police decide they're going to make these decisions, they need to be fucking charged with a crime.
No, I do agree with that because, I mean, at a bare minimum, if they've lied or manipulated the facts to fit their narrative.
Omission is a lie. Lie by omission.
Then they have basically obstructed justice for the 4 victims.
Correct. Those are the ones that suffer the most. I'm glad you brought that up.
And they falsely imprisoned a citizen
for 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's fucking crazy.
And even if he's the doer of the crime, this is the worst part of all. I said this in the beginning. I got a lot of kickback from people. I hope this kid did it and the cops fucked it up to the point where you can't even try the guy now. We all deserve that. And you know why we deserve that? Because of people like fucking Jeff and that VX or whatever the fuck that was just in here. For the tens of thousands, maybe millions of jerk-offs like that. That's the kind of fucking result we deserve. Because you people don't ever want to hold anybody to account. You don't ever want to look at the facts and see where the real issue is. You just want to fucking argue about the fake fucking facts the news media gives you. Or some jerk off like Pavarotti on the internet blaming 3 people that no one's ever heard of before except him. And then he builds a case against them on the internet. And you want to accept that. And that's got nothing to do with the Brian Koberger case.
Yeah.
I'm not confusing a fucking thing. I don't give a fuck if Brian went in that house and put his fucking fingerprint on the fucking knife sheet directly. You fucking twit. I have a problem with how the police are executing the fucking case in such a way as to be lying, making up stories, hiding exculpatory information. That's the discussion we're having here. You get the fuck out of here, you Brian loving. Go jerk off in your car like you're probably doing, you lonely fuck. So back to you, Cletus.
I don't know. It's wow. How far, like, when is all of this information come about?
Well, this came about here with there was a closed hearing. There's some open hearings.
Okay.
I think the judge also authorized the closed hearings, typewritten stuff, transcript to be released. And what she's pushing for is a Franks hearing. And I don't see how, you know, a lot, for whatever reason, the DNA got into part of this Franks hearing, and I wish it never did. And I think people should just start pausing on the DNA, because what matters more than the DNA is showing Brian Koberger's presence at the scene at the time of the crime. And if you can do that, then the DNA, I don't care what tests they took. I don't care what amplifications they took. I accept the DNA to be Brian's. I've never argued against that, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I don't argue that DNA is the nail, but the problem is you still got to build the coffin.
Right, and they didn't build a coffin. They built a stairway to heaven for this guy, and they're making him wait 2 years in prison before he can go up the stairs.
Yeah.
You know, it's
fucking.
And a lot of people think that doesn't matter. We got our guy, but no, it matters, man. That's why America is America.
Well, you're right. It absolutely fucking matters, because anybody that says it doesn't matter, we got our guy, you're also the fucking people that admittingly in a chat room not 3 nights ago, multiples of you said that if we were the jury, they would already be hung, talking about the mother and stepfather of a child that we don't even know did anything other than suffer from the fact that their kid ran off.
And here's the problem is there's so many people, and I attribute this. I disagree with Get a Clue. I've been listening to some of his stuff.
Oh,
I disagree completely. What is it?
Is he back as Get a Clue?
No. I think it's Murphy Knows All or something.
Okay.
But these are the Democrat voters that are doing this. The way you see these unable to think. Well, we got this solid, unimpeachable proof of DNA. Okay, great. But the explanation of my fingerprint on a gun barrel or a gun belonging to me, okay, and me showing that I wasn't there doesn't mean anything to these people. Well, your fingerprint's there, fucking shoot them in the head. These people are the most unfucking thinkable people in the world. They, for whatever reason, they've been able to mind fuck enough citizens to the point where what they consider thinking is dreaming up theories on how he could have done it. In other words, when you show that the PCA lied about which car went to Moscow, their answer is, well, how do we know Kohlberger didn't make a U-turn?
They're the ones that would get. They're the ones that would get in an argument between Trump and Biden over one's a baby sniffer and the other is a racist. Which one is worse?
Right, and never really looking to see if either applies accurately to one of the other men. They don't want to know. Right? I'm just stunned and flabbergasted of how many morons are out here, and it doesn't matter to me if the kid's innocent or guilty. He's one or the other. But what does matter to me and what I have respect for, and this is why I pay attention to this, is I do believe in innocent until proven guilty. I do believe that government has no fucking right to run me over. And in my case, where I actually committed a crime and stole guns, they couldn't indict me. Okay? That's because the American system has guardrails to prevent the government from making the assumption, well, your DNA is there, bang, and shoot you in the fucking head. Why even have a judicial system? If that's how these people need their kids treated that way. That's what needs to happen. All Democrats need to be treated. There's no trial. There's no, we found your booger over here, motherfucker. Come here. Come put your head through this rope. It's over. Sit down. Don't worry about it. We're thinking for you.
Justice.
I'm Daniel from the Drunk Turkey. I'm Pavarotti. I'm all of these fucking jerk offs that are solving the crime. Your time to die. Anyway, yeah. So what else is going? Anything good out there in Tennessee? I had a couple of good jokes for you too, and I but it's been so long.
I know it's been a fucking minute.
Christ.
Nothing really fucking outstanding is happening that I can think of. There was.
I've got something for you. Is Clue sitting nearby?
No, she's.
Well, you can ask her this later. What's all that extra skin and flesh around a woman's vagina? That useless skin and flesh around a woman's vagina. What is that?
You tell me, Sarge.
It's the woman. Oh my God. Oh fuck. You knew something like that was coming, right?
I knew it was going to be something.
Man, oh man. I'm getting 4 new teeth. Did I tell you that? I got to say that to the chat room. Yeah, 4 new teeth going to cost me $10,000 for those that have been following along on my Heidi like that one, on my dental issues that I've brought up so openly.
I get a better deal than you. I'm going to get 32 new ones for somewhere in the neighborhood of 7. So
how 7? Are they implants or is it the dentures?
No, the dentures.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't do that because I've got all of the teeth that except and one of them needs to be pulled. I got 3 missing teeth.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I didn't see any reason why I could pull that tooth and just keep going. But I figure, I might as well do it. I do love eating them steaks. You know how I am.
Yeah.
Right. And they want to put all these posts in on all the teeth at once. And then that would be on both sides of my face. And I'm like, wait a minute. Can't we get one side done first and then go to the other side so that I got one side to chew and eat from while the other side's healing? Right. Am I wrong in that assessment?
No, I don't think so.
It's my money, but more importantly, it's my face that you're going to be fucking. Right. And listen, this office, this is a different dentist from the first one. And these people are awesome. The dental assistant, this black woman, probably in her 40s and shit. She's cute and she's funny. And she comes in and she says, she says, we need to get that tooth out back there. I go, I know. I go, but I don't want needles. I said, is there any chance you could, just give me a punch in the face and knock it out? She says, no, all that'll do is make your head swell. I says, we got enough of that already. You better use a needle.
He's like, you must not know. My name is Sergeant Friday.
then when I go up, I'm like, how much? They're like, all of this was no charge. I go, come on, it's got to be something. They're like, no. I says, well, and then all these women start walking in. Where do all these women get to these dentists? I need to hang out at dentist offices. It's fucking incredible, Cletus. I can't believe it. I've never seen women more concentrated in one spot than at a dental's office. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to start chipping teeth to look for a wife. What say you, Cletus?
I say I'm not fucking working on your fucking teeth.
Yeah. When she first did the x-ray too, she came back and she says, we got to remove all of your top teeth. And I go, what? And she laughs. She goes, nah, I'm just joking. Yeah, so this dentist might be fun, man. Country Brad has all her teeth. There you go. There you go. All right. Well, I'm going to keep going. It's up to you. It's 1 hour, 10 minutes. I'll happily keep yakking with you.
I'm going to jump. I will, I'm more than likely I'll be available tomorrow evening.
We don't want to hear his fucking story. You're out. You're out. Just fucking hang up. It's been so long since I've been able to hang up on Cletus. That. All right. In a more calm way, I want to deliver some of the information that I was able to come in contact and connect it with the information we've already had. But I highly suggest that you go watch Truth and Transparency stream. And I highly suggest you pay very close attention to the chiropractor case. Okay. And when you pay attention to that case and you realize that that state trooper or that cop, whoever the fuck he is the guy that did the fucking cast work or was involved in the location and video deciphering in the Koberger case. And when you see what he did to the doctor, and then you start seeing what he's been doing in the Koberger case, they're mirror images. He focused because here's what they had. Yeah, the Drake case. Yep. They had Koberger's name from genealogy. And then they built this big story about Brian being at that house. Then they included the car. And he's the one that did that. They did the same thing in the Drake case with the same cop. And it's terrifying. How could that police department allow that guy to maintain that position after what he did in the Drake case? I just am besides myself. How can coworkers even interact with a man like that? I don't know what you guys do for a living, but let's just say that you're a chef. Are you going to let one of the chefs that sets everything on fire and fucking adds the wrong spices to the food? Are you going to keep that person in line in your fucking preparation for your restaurant? I mean, it's a minor job. What if this jerk off is a fucking pilot? I don't even want to know the ramifications if this guy has a different career. I mean, I think the guy should be given a fucking broom with a rubber handle. I don't know his name. I didn't. Mandy May. What up, Mandy May? And I just am stunned at then. And this is unfortunately what's happened across America. There's so many ill-trained, ill-qualified, inept that rise through the ranks. They call it didn't earn it, DEI. And then your last administration wanted to put DEI openly in place, that because you're a certain color, you're a certain look, or a certain whatever, you get a job over somebody with the qualifications if they're white. It's fucking incredible, man. And here, this is a little fat white guy. I think the only advice I would ever take from that guy is where the good food around town is. I promise you the guy would know the answer to that question. Who makes the best donuts? Nobody does around here. I don't eat their donuts. Okay, I would take that guy's word for it. But a man that has falsely accused a doctor of committing murder, okay, who took information that if looked at in its totality, show you that the fucking doctor wasn't there. Okay? So that matters. And the simple fact that there's DNA at the crime scene, if they're going to lie about all of this stuff, he turned his phone off to hide his location from law enforcement, which is common for the behavior of what criminals do. That's an opinion. That isn't evidence of anything. His phone went off the air at 2:47 a.m. Now we know 3 minutes after he left his apartment. But that doesn't mean he turned it off. Now we know the car that did have the vehicle that stopped reporting, that phone in the vehicle that stopped was heading south. It wasn't the other white four-door sedan that drove towards Moscow. You can start making stories up and try to fucking, well, maybe he turned around. That's not how you put somebody in jail. That's not how you get somebody executed. You can't add to the fact something that supports your belief he did it. And if you do that, you are really an ignorant fucking asshole. Because you don't know if he did it or didn't do it. Nor do I. And so you have to take the facts that they assembled. When your two eyewitnesses, one of them drunk and fucked up and doesn't remember if it's a dream, why did you pick that eyewitness over the one that saw a man run off on foot? Why would you pick that witness, Dylan? Well, Dylan seems to fit the video analysis that you presented, right? The ones that you manipulated, the video and the timestamps that you're using fit Dylan's fucking fucked up fucking story that could be a dream. And you built your case off of these two fucking things, which at this point is completely fucking insane, right? Does anybody disagree with that? It's insane what they did here. Yeah, they got his DNA. That doesn't mean he did it. Doesn't mean he didn't do it. But then when you try to look into the presence of Kohberger into that home, there is no evidence. And the evidence that you made look solid is bullshit. And that doesn't disturb anybody that's going to argue about innocent or guilt. That in and of it, even as fucked up as all of this is coming across, that doesn't exonerate Brian Kohberger, nor does it make him guilty. But that's not what we're saying. That's not the point. The point is the leads you chose and the way you chose to interpret what Dylan told you and the way you wrote that in the PCA, I think, and I give a lot of credit to, what's her name there? Truth and Transparency. I've been being lazy lately and peeking in on different things. And there's just so much that they didn't do. That's kind of what's very disturbing here. And as a matter of fact, when you had 3 unidentified male source DNA and a woman telling you that she saw a guy run away from the property and you didn't take that direction to investigate and you didn't do with that blood, and I don't know that they didn't, but we can almost, I don't know. There's no, to our understanding, there's no genealogy work done on the blood. It doesn't make fucking sense. But you did test the fucking, I don't get it, man. It's worse than lazy, Heidi and Kimberly. This is the second time that this would be happening, right? There you go. Thanks, Twizzle Stick, for putting her fucking link out there. I'm very remiss in doing that. But it's only fair to know that this guy did the crime, and it's only fair to see the preponderance of evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Kohberger did this. There should be no need for you to make up fucking stories. There should be no need for you to cherry pick the data you give the judge. You should be able to give all the data to the judge. It should tell its own story. I don't understand how people that are deciding innocent or guilt and want to argue about him being guilty because DNA is there. How the fuck you're so brain dead when it comes to the process under which somebody gets convicted? It shouldn't be based because you believe something, you ignorant fucks. Right? That's why these people were hung by that's why I keep bringing up the Salem witch trials. What up there, Eve? There was no evidence these women were witches. None. And yet they killed them and burned them because people believed it. And that, just so you know, all you people that believe in guilt because of the DNA, you are the fucking Salem witch fucking jerk-offs. I bet you a lot of you are anti-religion. Yet here you are joining the ranks of a religion gone wild, a religion gone insane, setting women on fire. That's the fucking group you guilters come from. You're a bunch of fucking pea-headed fucking idiots, and you need to cut it the fuck out. The DNA by itself is circumstantial evidence. And the circumstances that they give to place Brian in the home at the crucial period of time of the killings is a lie. It's a falsehood. It's untrue. And the other facts that would show you that it was untrue were kept away from the fucking legal system. And it's just finding some of this stuff out now. Holy fuck. And you all want to run around and hang and kill this kid because of a DNA sample. Now, I know a lot of people can make a solid argument to the veracity of the DNA or not. I won't engage in that. I'm not educated enough to debate in that area. I believe it could go either way. However, what I am confident in understanding is that after Othram Lab modified their sample and did what they did with it, Othram Lab, and this is a point I think that Lana makes, Othram Lab only had the 2 databases to look at. Othram Lab is a certified fucking lab for the state of Idaho. Othram Lab isn't going to break the fucking law or even make the appearance of impropriety. Othram Lab, after they did what they did, didn't find any connection to Brian Kohberger or anybody. They couldn't identify a fucking human being in their database searches within the limited databases available to them. So then Bill Thompson called the FBI and got the FBI to take the sample. And the reason why the FBI didn't save any of their motherfucking work is because the FBI was going to go into databases they shouldn't be in without a warrant. That's how this played out. So is the DNA a solid, safe bet? I don't know. I can't answer that. But what I can say is, why are our police agencies playing all this hocus fucking pocus and wanting to hide it from you and I? Why? Why are we the ones that are being denied the truth of how they handle evidence? Where's the evidence how it was transported? Who worked on it? What was their qualifications? What's the error rate after amplification? Why is all that information not available to the defendant? If that was your fucking kid, you'd want it. You sick fucking brain dead pieces of shit. Unbelievable. Man. You guys that want to run with guilt because it's just a simple DNA sample. And I don't want to run with guilt or innocence. I want to run with the data that was given us. And it's just a fucking mess. It's a glorious mess. And it's the second time in 2 years that same policeman did this. Twice. How the fuck could this guy even have a job? That's right. They want the evidence to fit their narrative. They thought DNA was such a strong piece of evidence that they went out of their way to place Kohberger at a crime scene. And they ignored anything that contradicted that, to the point that blood from 3 other males wasn't given the same treatment, as far as we know, that Kohberger's fucking transfer DNA was given. We can see what they did. They got tunnel vision. I said this all the way back in 2023. Oftentimes, police will get tunnel vision. But this is worse than tunnel vision. This is worse than tunnel vision. Your coworkers know you fucked up in the case against the doctor. Your fucking coworkers know. The prosecutors know. And yet they allowed you to work this case and come to those conclusions and make those allegations against Kohberger when the last time you did that, it resulted in the fucking case being dismissed. Dude, I wouldn't let you walk my fucking dog. I wouldn't let you pick up shit papers or change a fucking kitty litter pan. Okay? That kind of law enforcement is a joke. That's why I brought up other cases. And I pointed out, the ex-husband's truck was at the house. It was outside running. And a neighbor took a picture of the truck with its license plate outside the house running. And the next morning, people found her dead, beat to death in her garage. And they didn't run and arrest the ex-husband because his truck was at that house. No, that's not what the police did. Why? And this is a key. Listen, you fucking guilt or jerk off motherfuckers. This is key. A man's truck was running in front of a woman's house that he was the divorced husband of. She's found dead inside the house. A neighbor gives the fucking proof that that truck was there and it was running and the license plate was clear as day. And the police didn't arrest the ex-husband. The police went and got a subpoena for the truck. Okay? And they checked the truck and they found blood and DNA samples of his dead wife in the truck. And then they had to go chase this guy down before he crossed the Mexican border and then arrest him and charge him with murder. It matters. It matters, folks. Okay? Now you bring it to court, and the coincidence, there is no coincidence of how or when the blood got there. You got proof his truck was there. But with the proof the truck was there was no proof to who drove the truck there. We didn't, the police could not know that the owner of the truck drove it there. But once they got in and then they found DNA samples, blood and shit. No, it wasn't Payne. It was, I think, some state trooper. Lana's got it on her stream. And then I think within a week or two, because the woman's security cameras, because she didn't have the best system, it was on some Chinese fucking server. It took them a few weeks to get the video off. And while the man was in custody being arrested for the murder of his wife, video, plain as day, inside her garage showed him beating her to death. That's how you build a prosecution. You don't fucking jump the gun. You don't you don't charge somebody without the information. You have to have solid facts that would charge the guy. Was his truck involved? The answer is yes. How do you know? We found blood of his wife inside that truck in multiple locations. Here's a warrant to arrest the guy for murder. That's a solid case. You see? But they didn't do that here. There's an ISP, Idaho State Policeman. That's correct, P. Fox. Short little fat dude. Not that there's anything wrong with being fat. I say be happy. Be as fat as you want, be as skinny as you want. So I'm not body shaming people, but that guy, how would you pick him out of a crowd? He's the short fat guy. And just so you know, a lot of times that's how I use these terms, whether they're slang or they're not politically correct. You know, unless it's someone like that piece of shit fucking Tommy Jude. Then I'm very direct in trying to insult their insanity, their mental fucking illness they're spreading all over the internet. That Bubbly Waters and others like that. Fuck them people. We need people like that fucking preaching out here on what's going on like we need another hole in our head. We got enough already with our ears, nose, and mouth. Boy, this isn't... Carl and W have turned this into some kind of fucking matchmaking site. What the hell are you two doing? Yeah, wackadoodles? Oh my God, I got 2 people over on Rumble. Welcome, Rumble. 2 viewers on Rumble. That's 2 more than usual. You guys are free to chat. If you chat, we can chat back with you. You're free to call in. As a matter of fact, now that we did lose Cletus, let's get rid of Carl. And to remind everybody, as soon as I set it up here, I got the phone number already out there for you. Let me just set this up. And you feel free to call in. And where is it? Not that. There it is. Shut up. There you go. Here we go. Yeah, let me present the screen. Let me bring that shit up on the stream. Share window. Share. I'm going to push this way over if I can. Oh, shit. Boy, it's hard, man. I don't want to do that, you stupid browser window. I want to push you way over so that people don't get to see the caller's info. I don't want your info showing up when you call. Yeah. So 585-454-9932. Come on in and let's hear your opinion on whether you think the police need to follow the law and follow the rules, or the police can do anything they want to fucking discover their suspect. Obviously, answer that question, right? I'm not so sure people are going to argue in favor of doing whatever the fuck they want. But the fact of the matter is, there's a whole bunch of you out there that actually look like that. You look at it like that, you don't give a fuck as long as all they got is DNA. That's enough for me. There's a lot of you stupid motherfuckers out here like that. That's absolutely stunning to me. So again, 585-454-9932. Nah, that's okay, Miss W. You guys add to the ambiance of the fucking room. And that goes for you folks over there on oh, now there's 4 people over there. It's 585-454-9932. You can use Google Voice to call. You can block your number, but I assure you, I do everything I can to try to keep your number from showing up on the screen. And feel free to call. Add your 2 cents. to the Brian Koberg Idaho 4 case or to anything else that you may think is relevant. And I get exasperated with these fucking hard-headed, knuckleheaded fucking people. That they still think that there's stuff we don't know. Well, what we do know is so bad for the prosecution that I'm not sure you're going to be able to. I don't understand. It's like the Titanic. You already hit the iceberg. Now what? You're going to send people down there with fucking buckets? I don't know what else can come out through these hearings that doesn't paint the clearest picture that the police are a fucking bunch of fucking squabbling fucking crack smokers. How the prosecution, how career professionals could not check the work of that fucking cop. It's just shocking to me. You know, he framed Koberger by suggesting he stalked the victims. Yeah. There was no investigation, Twizzle. You're right. It was done backwards. And when they went backwards, what they found didn't prove any connection to Koberger in the house. What they found, they fabricated to make that connection. And any connection that questioned that fucking narrative, they ignored. That's not law enforcement, folks. That is not law enforcement. We all can agree with that. Does that mean Koberger didn't do it? Certainly the fuck not, it doesn't. But it certainly doesn't mean that he did it. When everything you're alleging that he supposedly did that night is a lie. If you can't place him in the house during the time of that crime, then I don't give a fuck if you found his DNA or didn't find his DNA. And even the judge agrees with that, but he agreed with it in a really fucked up way. You don't have to simmer down for me, but there you go there, Carl. Your lady saying good night, it looks like. And the response to the motions in limine went for having a deadline. I don't know if the court so much as spoon feed. Remember, Ann said she came across information that you know, three important things that she had no idea of until just that day. The day of the hearings. Right? Yeah, we should write to the FBI, to the director of the FBI, the assistant director. That's what I was trying to say, folks. In a group, we can have a big fucking effect. We can each get a copy of the fucking letter, right? We can use a common, you know, get our own PO boxes or not. You need to put your return address on, or they're going to think you're a terrorist trying to kill them. But what's the difference? You send a letter to the FBI, pointing it to the Idaho 4 and all the malfeasance of the officers involved, right? You're right. I agree with you. With 22 requests for discovery, the court is spoon feeding. You're absolutely right, Ms. Contessa. And like I said, folks, feel free to call up 585-454-9932. Nothing to be shy about. I'm not going to tear your head off unless you're fucking Jeff H. and one of his little fucking faggot fucking names. Unbelievable. Oh my, look at Carl. Carl, you crazy. I'm too shy to call. Well, you know, there's Twiz in here, and he's always got a reason why he can't call. I wish he would call, but he don't. I try to entice him. I give him fucking what do you guys call that? Moderator status, and he still won't call. But Carl called. Carl was brave enough to call. You know? It is what it is, I guess. StreamYard is showing. Yes, it is. Trump's choice chaos when he truly gets him. We should get all of us together and right. I agree with you. What up there, Janet? What up there? We're just pointing out the irresponsible work that the Idaho police did in arresting Brian Koberger. Yeah, you two go ahead and you know, I don't know, virtually hump or something. I don't know what you two are doing off the line, but you know, it's fine with us. Just keep it to yourselves. We don't want images. We don't want Idaho telling us a story about your relationship. Dear God, Carl, we don't want that. And there are books that were printed after 1800, Carl, just so you know. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but there are books that were printed after the year 1800. You might want to check some of them. There's more people who don't know. I think nationwide you might be true or worldwide, but I think of all the cases that people do know about, more people are aware of this case that are interested in this topic than there are not, right? Especially in social media. This is a very, very, very intense case, very popular, a lot of attention. And because social media is essentially the new media, that's the other horseshit thing. You don't need to go to Fox News or CNN to be fucking lied to and told some bullshit. Okay? All of those viewers that went to them places are on here. It's a fucking mess. I'm gonna have to pull myself off the floor. I mean, we live in a hell of a time where people just don't even try to think. They're gonna argue because they heard of something. They're gonna argue with you because what they heard could mean this or could mean that, right? They're not gonna argue for any truth. Hey, good evening. Welcome to your Ass Hurts News Network. Sergeant Friday here. What can we do for you there, 120 or 102 or whatever the hell that says?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just calling in. This is Kimberly. I just am so grateful to have the Truther community, because it's almost therapy. I can't barely take what's going on to this poor kid. I'm a mother of a 19-year-old boy, young man, and if this was happening to him, I mean, I can't even imagine, and as well as with the kids not getting justice.
The children, yeah.
Really, trying to find the killers.
I would be interested, like I had said many times, if their PCA was inclusive and accurately depicted Brian Koberger's presence, I wouldn't. It'd be like the Go-Go case in New York. Nobody talks about that. In other words, this case wouldn't have all this notoriety if enough of us that look for the truth didn't see the holes in this case right from the beginning. The story that when you argue with the kid, when you tell me that perpetrators or criminals turn their phone off to mask their location, or it could have been an airplane mode, or it could have disconnected from the network, there's 2 of 3 reasons, and 2 is bigger than 1. And because nobody witnessed what happened to that phone except Brian, you can't just assume he turned it off to hide so he could kill kids. That's a ridiculous assumption, right?
I know. Yeah.
And so, and when you think about things, you come to a normal conclusion. You say, oh, okay, well, we don't know. So long we don't know he turned. So what's next? If I'm to accept that he turned his phone off because you're such an expert, what happened next? And then he's gone for 2 hours and nobody can tell you what happens next. But instead of that, they imply that there's a video of a car that shows him in that area. But then, in fact, when you ask the police officer that was in charge of the case, if any of that video, any of it shows Brian Koberger or Brian Koberger's car, he can be identified in any of your, and you say no, then you as a thinking human being have to ask the question. So if the car with the phone that you told me turned off is unidentifiable to be near that scene of the crime at all, then maybe he didn't turn it off and you got the wrong car, right?
Mm-hmm. What's mind-blowing to me is that they know they've been caught in all these lies, and they still like holding the phone, like they won't let it go. Why can't they just admit they mess up? And why does their ego have to? It's an ego thing. I mean, it's beyond. This is a person's life going in front of a firing squad. Why can't they just admit, hey, we effed up?
All right. You're a mom of a 19-year-old. You're a mom of a 19-year-old?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
All right. So let's set all that aside for a second. Let me ask you this. If you lived in that area and you know what you know, and now you're finding out there's blood on a handrail coming between the second and third, and a blood on a glove outside, neither of which is Brian's, neither of which are the same, now what? Are you scared?
I mean, I'd be afraid of the police more than anything, actually, even more than the criminals, because I feel like that is so wrong for withholding that information that it makes me think there's some other reason that they're withholding it as if they're covering for their own. That's what really twists my mind, is why are they being so secretive? Why would they withhold that very, very valid information that's way more bigger, that's much bigger than touch DNA on a night sheet, you know, actual blood evidence.
And blood evidence from two individuals, right?
Dylan and Bethany, it just doesn't make any sense.
No. If I was a parent in that area,
The police.
I'd be terrified for my children over there, because this investigation has been done so poorly that you can't have any confidence the killer is in jail. You know, you could listen. You could even extrapolate and say at least one of the four is in jail, but there's still three dangerous people out there. Even if so, in other words, even if you want to die on that hill, he did it. How do you explain blood in two other locations? And we don't know the third, but let's extrapolate and say that that's blood as well. How can you have three other individual male DNA samples at a crime, but not four arrests?
Right, and they don't even want to try. That's what's getting me, is I feel like they are intentionally not trying to investigate the case, and they know they're framing somebody. That's what I feel like. I feel like that, you know, because they're ignoring blood evidence and because they're not providing Ann Taylor what she needs, you know, by law, there's something more to this. It makes people really think it's very devious.
And
law enforcement.
It's like a thinking person.
It's beyond,
right.
It's beyond incompetence. That's not incompetence. This is intentional.
And I'm not okay if you only got 20% of the killers, right? We're talking 4 samples of DNA here, all unique to themselves. That means you got 20% out of 100%. You got 20. You got 80% of your work is undone. Where's the justice for these kids?
Yep, exactly. And they're making so much of that touch DNA when they have actual blood evidence.
Right. Right.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
And the other fact of the matter is the lab that they sent it to is renowned for having proprietary software that can build a profile out of the smallest amount of known DNA that you can collect.
Wow.
All other companies are 20 centigrams or something like that. This company goes all the way down to 8. Anything below 12 is impossible for the other labs, but this lab's claim to fame is it can actually go from 8 to 12 and above. But it claims to have its software is more capable than anyone else's. And I have a question. I would want to understand that more completely, right? And then Ann says the DNA the FBI collected from Othram was twice the size and sample than what they took from the sheath. And I need to understand, how does that happen?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
I think the judge even, you know, questioned, oh, are you suggesting that they did something? You know, and she didn't come right out and say it then. If I understood correctly, it seemed like she wanted to.
Yeah.
Say, yeah, that's what I'm suggesting, but I think she just kind of did on.
Yeah, the other thing too, well, let me just say that, why weren't they good enough for this day? When Othram did their work, they ran that sample and they couldn't IgG any ID. That's why the FBI stepped in directly through Bill Thompson contacting them. The FBI then took the sample, and the reason they didn't keep any data was because their whole job was to sneak into databases they shouldn't be in. Now, even though they keep telling us, the people, that's not a crime, and the district attorney keeps arguing a violation of process or procedure isn't a crime, well, I beg to differ with you. When I join a website that tells me my DNA will not be shared with law enforcement without legal representation and a warrant, okay, then I have the expectancy of privacy. And anytime you cross my house, I expect privacy. The interior of my car, I expect privacy. My office, right? There's certain areas of your life that you expect. Walking through Walmart, no, I don't expect privacy. You see? So when it comes to your Fourth Amendment right, there are certain norms that they cannot cross. And that is when you weigh it against an expectation of privacy versus an unrealistic expectation. And when you leave your home and your property, or you go outside, your privacy is compromised. You've placed yourself there, right?
Yeah.
And so when you go to what is it, MyHeritage or 23andMe or others that tell you in their user agreement that this is not used by law enforcement databases without a warrant, you then have the right to have an expectation. That's her argument against the DNA, just so people know. But she got caught off guard because Judge Hippler's question to her, where all these guilters are saying, look how she got stunned. And here's why she got stunned. Judge Hippler said the DNA itself is enough for probable cause.
I know, that blew my mind.
But-
He said that.
But he's right. See, this is where everybody, I think, is getting
But it's
to.
not real DNA.
No. Do you agree? Do you agree the blood sample would be enough for probable cause if you tested it and got an ID?
Yeah, but they didn't do that.
No, wait. Hold on. Judge, he wasn't arguing the particulars of the case. He was making a simple point and it caught Ann off guard. Okay. He was saying what is actually true. If you find my fingerprint at a crime, that's probable cause. All by itself. You don't need anything else. What you're supposed to do is take the information of my identification and investigate the crime to place me at the scene of the crime at the time it took place. Now my fingerprint has a date and a time connected to it because the fingerprint all by itself is indeterminate. The blood stain is indeterminate. All it tells you is that at some point in time, we can't say when. And that's why the DNA or the blood stain all by themselves can be probable cause, but that would be to get you to issue warrants against this person.
Yeah, that's why she was saying it can't be in a vacuum. Like it can't be one thing that
Yes.
they all of these other things and manipulated and lied, and that one thing wouldn't lead to all the fruits of the poisonous tree collective that came on.
Right, that's
manipulation in life.
And he was saying he fucked her up when he said, Brian Koberger, are you saying you're that he has an expectation of privacy for the sample, the DNA that came off the sheath? That's what threw her for a loop. Because that's a ridiculous statement.
He's almost arguing for the state.
No, I think he got highly. Here's what I think should have happened, but it didn't. But the PCA and the DNA are two different issues. And what she's trying to say to the court in real simple terms is the probable cause affidavit that places the time and the presence of Koberger at the crime scene are lies. So the DNA doesn't matter. But in fact, because those lies were told in an application for an arrest warrant, everything after that is fruit from the poison tree. They lied. In other words, if they would have just went with the DNA for a warrant, okay, they may in fact have got search warrants from the judge, but that isn't what they did. I wouldn't have objected if that's what they did. See, a lot of people have a problem with this genealogy and all that bullshit. I don't object to it at all. I mean, okay, now you identified Brian Koberger. Now place him there. You see? We that even think the cops fuck up should be a little more relaxed on the DNA argument. Okay, it is Brian's. Okay, I agree with you. Is that enough for a warrant? It certainly is. But to charge him for 4 homicides and then use that warrant to get additional warrants for his DNA, that's where his Fourth Amendment's been violated. And the judge fucking threw that stupid nonsense about, I don't know how the judge connected it. I think because the prosecution keeps saying they're arguing that the sheath DNA is protected. And that's not a single, even close to what Anna's trying to tell that judge. I'm sorry.
Exactly. I agree. 100%. Sarge, do you know, was the sheath revealed to have been found immediately? I thought that was found like on the second go around.
It was. So was the footprint. So was the other male DNA, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, there was 8 hours in which they didn't call the police or 911, and you know, who knows what could have transpired during that time with planted evidence. Right. I just don't believe that sheath business whatsoever. I don't think a sheath would not have blood on it and have only tiny bit of DNA. I just can't believe that. That's very hard to believe. And I don't believe that they said it was underneath, I think, Maddie. I think it was like, at first it was said it was beside her. And then I think they claimed after that, then they claimed underneath, but I'm not sure. No,
they stated it was underneath the comforter and partially underneath her thigh or her hip. So that knife wasn't just under a comforter, and it was face down on the bed, partially under the comforter and her hip or her thigh. And Payne argues he could see that as the end of the room from the doorway. Right. But let's accept it as true, because if you accept it as true, it takes all the distractions out of the case. And that's what Ann needs to do with the judge. I'm not going to, I don't want to talk about the DNA and all of its particulars. Let's just talk about once they identified my client. Okay. And I'll, for conversation's sake, I'll accept that DNA as a hypothetical. That belongs to my client. I don't argue that at all. Let's start with that hypothetical. Now let me explain to you what the problem is with that. Once they got his name, they had probable cause for a warrant, but not for an arrest, Your Honor, because it was one piece of evidence that we then have to then determine came from Brian during the time of the crime. Its presence in and of itself it doesn't tell any story at all, other than it's there, right? And just as the cop referred to the blood, as there could be many reasons for the blood to be there. Right?
Excuses for that.
No, but he'll understand his mistake if Ann is calm with him. And she points out, if the point you're making about the blood is the point I'm trying to make about the DNA. I'm not saying that DNA on the sheath is protected by the constitutional rights of Brian Kohlberger. I'm saying that you violated his rights once you used it to identify him. That was legal. But then you painted a fake story to place him in the house to make the DNA come to life. Now it's highly relevant because the cops are telling you he was there based on the movement of this car, based on this ping, based on this. And based on that, and that it's all of that stuff that's a lie. Therefore, the DNA is no different than anything else in that house. It has no significance other than its presence at the crime scene.
And you know how he was pulled over twice and had given his ID, of course, after being pulled over twice in Indiana, or I think it was both times were in Indiana. Not sure though, but I think at least I know one time at least was. In Indiana, and it's on paper, he gives his ID. I believe they determined that DNA belonged to him then when he got home in Pennsylvania and did all that business there. I mean, could they have set him up that way? Like they got to touch DNA?
Yeah, I don't think that's even a fair, in all fairness. The woulda, couldas, we don't know. That's why I say it's much easier to understand this when we try not to explain actions that have no way to verify. Yeah, and that we're looking. I suffer from that. I call it. We've been trained to believe things, and then if you accept something as true, you try to paint a story around it to make it valid, right? Mm-hmm. And really, let's get down to what we can say for sure. There's at least 3 perpetrators that are still on the loose in Moscow.
100%.
We can make that determination because there were 3 other single source, and they called it male DNA. Why didn't they tell us in the beginning it was blood? Why did they hide from us where it was located? It's on a glove? On a glove? Well, that would be something somebody would wear during a murdering spree with a knife. Right? It was on a handrail going up to the 2nd and 3rd floor where 2 people were murdered. That blood sounds like it's definitely connected to the crime scene. Right?
Oh, yeah. And, Dylan and Bethany didn't see that blood on the handrail. Called the police.
Right. And then conveniently, there's a footprint outside of her door that was missed.
And she just thought Ethan was unconscious. I think it came in as the police said a medical unconscious.
I think they're lying to us about that. I wonder if they're not going to come forward and say that was just a code that the police used to keep people from fleeing, because those things are listening to news outlets and everything else. So it may in fact be that 911 call was accurate, but the call went out for an unconscious person to keep the community in their seats. That wouldn't be that I would accept the cops being sneaky about in a good way to protect the integrity of the crime scene. You don't need 45 fucking news agency trucks fucking swamping on you before you get there. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So bear with me 1 second here. It's saying I got another call. Let's see what we got here.
You want me to hang up so you can take someone else now?
You don't have to hang up. 614, I will call you back. 614, I will call you back. And I got your number here. I don't think I can accept the call while I'm on the phone with someone else. That's the problem.
I can hang up, Sarge. It's okay. I mean, I guess I just want to say thank you for what you do. Honestly, as a mother of a son who's in college.
Oh, good deal.
This is really, it's very heartbreaking to me, and in all respects for.
What's he taking in college?
Person. Oh, he's in like auto mechanics and IT. He's more technical type of kid. He really loves He really loves cars. So he in computers.
Good
So
for him.
That's his niche. He's really passionate about both of those things, and his hobbies are rebuilding vehicles and getting them towed here in that driveway, making them work.
That's
So
awesome.
he's a more of like a hands-on guy, but also computer as well.
Good for him. Well, congratulations. You raised yourself a son doing the right thing. If he gets a little
Thank
tore
you.
up in school, let him know the service industry, especially construction. And I don't mean he's got to do heavy work, but an electrician. There's so many fields in the service industry, and the money is fantastic. It's way more than he'll make as a car mechanic.
I know. I'm really nervous about that car mechanic thing, but hopefully there are many other avenues he can explore. But that's like, he's just a freshman right now, and I've been pushing him towards, honestly, towards construction for homes. These people where I live, they make so much money. They're booked for years in advance.
And even if it's not new construction's only downfall is that you're subjected to the payment from the general contractor. I'm a construction company, and I only work for homeowners. I will not work for another contractor, no matter what. I'd rather starve to death. Because they play with your money. They hold up your money. They delay your money. They got excuses. The house hasn't, the bank hasn't released the money, and blah, blah. And so it's much more rewarding to work directly for a homeowner. They pay you immediately. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, we have so many projects since I moved here in 2019. And, I mean, I'm always looking for contractors for this, that, and the other. So, yeah, I mean, he's a tall, strong kid, and his father passed away in the hospital at age of 38 because they like let him internally bleed after a simple surgery.
Oh no.
Yeah, and so I raised him really myself since he was 10, and it makes me like just different things in my life. I had a boss that actually shot and killed a coworker at my job, and I had turned him in for being like two people in one body. I described him to HR. So these kinds of things in my life, I think, also lead me to, this case perks my attention because of some of the experiences that I've had with trusting authority.
Yeah.
And this is, I guess that's the big element of attraction, really, and just seeing the injustice here and wanting to get to the truth and being so overwhelmed with regards to how you're withholding evidence intentionally. I mean, that is just not right.
No. I think because they come upon it. I think there was a point where it was behooving upon the state to dismiss the case. I think that once all the information was put forward in chronological order, I think at that point they should have dismissed the case. And that didn't mean that Brian was innocent. It just means that the evidence collected and the interpretation thereof was insufficient to continue forward for prosecution. But that's not the way you see. For whatever reason, and this is why I do this, our people in our country forget about doing the right thing and how valuable that is. Right? You go to get your oil changed, and you're supposed to have a specific synthetic oil at a certain 5W30 weight. And they don't bring out an indication that that's what they're putting in your motor. They bring out this green fucking handheld bucket, and they pour oil in your car. And I shouldn't have to worry as to whether that's the right oil or not. You should be so transparent that there's no question in my mind. And we have lost that in this country. We all think everybody's out to get everybody. It's sad.
It is. And Trump, I mean, the Mar-a-Lago thing that happened to him and all the court, nefariousness with, they're just not even following the rules of this land,
No.
the Constitution, and going back, with that Eugene Carroll nonsense,
In New York, they did that.
Yeah,
Both cases in New York. Do you know the legislator had to pass a special rule to extend the statute of limitations in both of those cases in New York?
Yes, I
For one guy?
It makes it, that's the thing. And I think this kind of follows suit. You almost wonder. That's why I think the guilters, they're the Democrats of our country.
Yeah, they are.
They basically, they go by feelings and characteristics of Brian. Like that's their talking points, just like with, President Trump.
Well, they do that also with the genders. Listen, I don't object to somebody altering their appearance. I mean, women do it all the time with makeup, with breasts. Okay. So if some guy thinks he's a girl, I don't object to that. Pay for it yourself. But just understand that my interaction with you will be whatever it is with anybody else. So if I don't need, in other words, I don't need to know your fucking gender. Your dream gender is none of my business. You're a boy or you're a girl. However you present yourself is how I'm going to interact with you. Fair enough? And they rather than accept absolute fact, these people want to create these hypothetical fucking bullshit stories or arguments. That's what this guy Jeff does. He acts like he's understanding everything you're saying, but in the back of his mind, he's just waiting to tell you, well, they could have put tape over the reflectors on the bumper. No, asshole. That means that no fucking reflector would show. Okay? That means that the car could not be identified as an 11 to 13 Elantra because the reflectors on the Elantra are down by the license plate. The reflectors on Koberger's car are in the outside corners of the bumper. So rather than accept the fact that it is what it is, they got to create these fucking jerk-off, excuse my language, but these idiotic stories to justify their inability to think. And they think that that's thinking. They've been convinced that looking at data and doing what they do with it, right? That's thinking.
They are the Salem witch trial people. I mean, they truly.
Oh, by far.
And they absolutely have no, like, they don't put themselves in the place of the victims, really, or of the innocent person potentially getting framed or the law. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, it's worse when
someone killed.
Look, I'm a guilty person that robbed guns from an apartment, and I got set. I was never even arrested. The indictment never could be handed down. So what I'm trying to say to you is that the constitutional limits are immutable. They're not rules, nor are they rights that the government has given me. These are rules that we placed in front of them and said, do not cross. We are a free people. You must show us everything you do all the time. You must, and that's the simple thing, transparency and truth. I can't even tell you how long I've run a business and how much money I've run through it. And I honestly never, ever, ever have had a complaint. And I've been doing this for almost 30 years. And we're talking a business that each project is big money. And yet, why is it I don't have a complaint? Because I never promise what I won't give you. I never tell you I'm going to give you something and don't. I never realize that the job could be cheaper and not give you the credit. I never charge you more without photographs showing why, if it's outside the scope of our contract. I'm just a fair person, right? That's how you, have we ever made a mistake? Yes. Have we made mistakes and had to go back and fix? Yes, we have. But the key is we answer the phone and do it. Therefore, there's no reclaim. And other people are very easy when you make a mistake and you take responsibility for it. That's what doing the right thing does for people. It makes life so smooth that you can't even believe that that's what the world really is all about. And yet we've all been trained the opposite.
I mean, it happened with probably the Biden administration and Obama. I mean, I honestly believe they destroyed our Constitution. They're doing all these backwards things that aren't even legal. And that's like with, when Biden came on board and did all those corrupt things, the other administration, not him particularly, but his administration, screwing with President Trump, and the legions of people and courts and stuff, as everyone knows.
Listen, like when people talk about January 6th, I got a few opinions on that some people may not find very flattering. Whether people were enticed to go into the building or not, and whether the doors were opened up by the police or not, there were a number of people that went beyond that. And that's not acceptable. Listen, it's not acceptable. Nor is what they did in Portland. Right? Nor is what they did when they shot the cops in Texas, when they did the Black Lives Matter rallies and they burnt down. None of that's acceptable to me either, but none of that gets treated as unacceptable. Right. The only time it gets treated as unacceptable is when the people that are pointing out the truth to you, some of the people within our group are assholes just like you. And they act out, and then you label all of us that way. Where in fact, the real people that are doing it all that way, like I had a discussion, I bring up this one jerk off Tommy Dude, and I showed him from left-wing media that Obama started the Ukraine war in 2014, directly ordered everything that started to fall into place that created that conflict with Russia. President Obama started, and it's written in Newsweek, New York Times, the Washington Post, the Seattle fucking News. Every fucking paper in the world proves to you that war started in 2014. Before Trump was even fucking talked about being running for office. And here's what the left wingers do. How do I know that's real? Because your people are telling you that. Your own fucking media people are showing you in the documents, the Department of Justice, the Pentagon, the newspapers, all show you when the war started, and that you won't accept the truth. You got to attack me. That's just a bunch of fucking lies. And that's what you see happening here in true crime. That's why when I left politics, I thought I was coming to true crime because it would be different. And none of the motherfuckers in here are any different than the people in politics they all want to be contrary, and they all want to do it without thinking.
I have a question for you on the Obama thing in 2014. Did I thought really the key there why Putin wanted to do what he did is because the U.S. was allowing the biolabs over there. Was Obama doing that?
Well, that really wasn't the main thing. It was called the Color Revolution, and they wanted to push the fucking government that was favorable to Russia, which, let's be honest here, is Canada favorable to us? Would we accept fucking Russia coming in and cooing the Canadian government so they'd be favorable to Russia? And the answer is fucking no. Well, that's what we did over there. And all the things were done, it was all about money and oil and gas, as well as biolabs. There's a lot of reasons they did what they did, and they were all the wrong reasons. They shut off our oil, unfortunately, is trapped under a lot of federally claimed land. And if President Trump is a real president that wants to change, he ought to release every federally held piece of land with oil under it back to the public. And we as a group of people, Americans, should be demanding Trump do that. That way, the next president can't come in and do what Joe Biden did. Joe Biden turned off our ability to export natural gas. He turned off pipelines. He stopped people from drilling, right?
Week one. Yeah, I just saw a whole presentation of the government and how happy they are. A bunch of Alaskan leaders. All their plans for.
Americans don't know that one oil reserve is more oil than all the known reserves of any country combined around the globe. We have more oil and natural gas than you could supply the entire planet for thousands of years. Because you know what the third biggest element on Earth is after land and water? It's oil. It isn't fossil oil. That oil don't come from 80 million year old dinosaurs. That's the natural processes of the earth to organic matter. Under the ocean, there's so much oil under the ocean that there's probably as much oil on earth as there is ocean. And Americans have been lied to for so long. And this isn't an opinion. The natural processes of death and decomposure. Where do you think all the coal comes from? Forests. So it wasn't dinosaurs that were pumping into the car tanks. You're pumping in dead organic matter of any kind of organic, whether it be a dandelion, a tree, a goat, a deer. That oil is a natural processes of the earth's cycles. It is not a limited resource. It's almost unlimited. Now, does it pollute? Yes. Should we find better clean? Yes, I agree with all of that. But not because I'm killing the planet, not because I think the earth is going to die. I mean, it wasn't only 14,000 years ago. 2/3 of the earth was covered in ice. Right?
I came from California, so I'm really glad I got out of there in 2019.
Oh, yeah, congratulations, man.
The fires were one of the things that were freaking me out, and now it's even worse. But and also the government was pretty much all, probably still is now, but it's all Democrat. There's been more seats won by Republicans this time around, but
right.
I mean,
if there was a voter ID law and I predicted that election. I said this is a potato chip election, that the guys that can't afford a bag of chips that were 99 cents that are now $2.50, the guys that were buying sandwiches and chips every day for lunch, they're going to vote for Trump. It's got nothing. And I said, you're going to get 30+% of the blacks to vote for Trump. All the depressed areas are going to swing to Trump. And when you go look at that election, that's exactly where Trump won the election. He didn't win the election in Republican districts. That was a given. He won in Democratic districts. The auto union voted for him. The Teamsters voted. And so that was an obvious conclusion I made right off the bat. And it turned out because I'm looking for facts. And when your economy is so bad that the average working man can't afford a decent life, even a moderately decent life, and when you're new into the workforce people can't even afford a sandwich and chips, those people are not going to vote to keep the shit the same. That's why Biden lost. It had All these other things that more educated people like us can look at are why we voted for him. But it came right down to the areas that are poor, to the areas that are under middle class. Those were the voters that shifted to Trump. He didn't have them the last time. He didn't have them the first time. And in fact, I think 33% of the Black Americans voted for Trump.
And I think they also realized how railroaded he was getting. Like, people started to really see it. You know?
Right, right.
And they kind of identified in some ways with him in that respect too.
And the social media really helped him. I mean, social media was what
Yeah,
it gave people a chance to see things, the other side of the story to what the Democrats keep telling people. You know, like even some people say, oh, you hate cops. And that's just so the last thing I don't hate anybody. I don't even hate these people that I call out on my stream. It isn't hate that I have for these people. I'm exasperated at their ignorance. And you can't hate ignorance. It's right. And it's just shocking to me. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Well, listen, thanks for calling, hon. I'm going to see if I can recover the other person.
Okay, bye.
Thanks. Bye. All right, hang on. Let me see if I can get. I know it was 614. There it is. And you're free to call back, but I'm going to ringy dingy. That's how that works.
Hello?
This is Sergeant Friday calling you back.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing awesome.
I was just watching the show.
Which
You have another caller on there, though.
no, the other caller we completed, and I said I'd get back to you as soon as I was done there. So.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of questions with this case. One thing, I'll just tell you how I got involved in it. Normally, a lot of these people in that team were talking about that Apple River stabbing case.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, it's a really good case for self-defense. But anyway, the algorithm started showing me stuff about Brian Colbert. So it was in May, and the 2 hearings were coming up. So I thought, well, I'll watch these hearings and see what I think. So my first impression of the case was it was completely obvious to me that they're setting this guy up. I mean, it couldn't have been more obvious. And I don't think the whole community picked up on it very well. It seems like people still are having a hard time.
People are caught up in seeing the shiny fucking object. And once they get their eyes on a shiny object, then all else doesn't matter unless it confirms that that object is shiny. That's really the simplest way to put out what you're seeing here. And it's difficult to get people that are focused on the shiny object to look at details that matter, because this is a nation where that's all that matters is the right, the rule of law. We're a free society, and we have elected representatives, and we're supposed to pay attention to them. America has seemed to have not. You think you elect somebody, and that's all you need to do, and man, that's just with today's modern communication. You need to ride these people. You need to have a consensus of what the majority, 51% of Americans, 60% can agree on something that we want this administration or the last one to do. A lot of people, Trump just spilled the beans, and I knew this happened in 2022. They burned 100 million fucking chickens in this country. Did you know that?
No.
And it was because of the bird flu. They were afraid of bird flu. That's why your eggs went up in price. You didn't know that, did you?
No.
I knew that when it happened, because I pay attention to what's going on, and I look for pieces of information other people may not see as relevant. But the minute the eggs doubled and they went up to $3.50 a dozen, I laughed. I says, well, why don't people ask the question? Why did eggs go up, and demand the correct answer? It's because more than 100 million of our chickens were burned. The biggest fucking chicken farm in the country was burnt. Okay? And so these are facts that matter. And yet they either they're out there for us to find. Very few people find it. But then when you do, this is the other problem. When you do bring it up, they're going to still blame it on it's Joe Biden's fault. And in a sense, you can say it is. I guess in the depths of truth, there is truth to that. But we should have known that there was an epidemic amongst birds or a bird flu in our country in 2022. We should have been made aware as citizens, and that we had to terminate these chickens to protect not only us but other poultry, right?
Well, yeah, and that's like, there's a part of this case that I really honestly don't understand why people don't accept it, but I guess it's because people they focus in on when did the police first learn about Brian? When did they first get his name? And they're looking in November, December, and they go round and round, and there's 100 videos on it. But the law enforcement there over in WSU police and Poland police and Moscow police are, they're pretty well integrated. They come a lot. I mean, look how comfortable they were as a group when they transitioned Kopaka to the next level.
Did you hear about did you see Brett Payne? He told us that Brian Kohlberger's name was in December 29th or late November, they were aware of his name in his car, but they dismissed him.
Yeah, but they actually knew about him, all the way back in April of 2022. I mean, he
yeah, but no, wait. Yeah, that's partially true, but the truth's connected to the crime. In other words, when during the crime investigation where they become aware of the name Brian Kohlberger, and that happened way earlier, and they dismissed his involvement. And they don't tell us why, but I'm going to say they dismissed his involvement because he doesn't drive an 11 to 13 like the FBI identified. So the name Brian Kohlberger with a white Elantra, they had that name. But then this is what Anna's telling us. And even Brett Payne testified to this. This isn't me making shit up. That's the truth. But it was once they got the genealogy idea of Brian Kohlberger, that's when they went to go build a case against the guy. And they lied. They simply lied in that argument of that case, placing him at that house. And that's what she's arguing now in court. So you can identify his DNA. Cool. Tell me how he got to the house. Tell me when he was at the house. Show us the evidence that in fact he's the perpetrator. And all of those statements they made in the PCA are lies. And she's saying that those lies mean that the arrest warrant and any other warrant, whether it identified Brian or not, is a violation of his Fourth Amendment. Because you lied to get the arrest warrant. The DNA all by itself was not enough for an arrest warrant. It was enough for warrants, I suspect, search warrants, right? Like, why did they wait until after they formally charged him with a crime to get a buccal swab or search his car or his apartment or his home? See, all that came after they lied to get the PCA, where they probably should have been honest with the court and said, look, we got this DNA sample and we've IgG'd it. We've identified it to belong to this gentleman. And that the court would say, well, there's probable cause. It looks like he's a suspect. It sure looks that way, ma'am. And I swear that this is true, that I got the sample this way and blah, blah, blah. You swear. Then the judge gives you a warrant to either apprehend and hold him, probably not that, but to at least search his car, because you're the ones claiming the car is involved. Not no one else but you policemen are telling that story in the PCA. But let's say you threw all that out and just the DNA. Now you go and look. Now you search his car. Now you search all of those things. You search his phone. You search his electronics. And because you had a legitimate reason to get a warrant per DNA, anything you found then would go into the record and you would examine it and say, none of this places him at the house. But that isn't what they did. That would have been the right way to do this case, in all fairness. I don't object to how they discovered his name through the DNA, nor do I object to them knowing his name in November 29th. I don't think any of that's unusual. I think that if you got his name, and this is why I say the FBI never really saved anything, was because Othram had already discovered that there was no ID to the DNA sample they had. So that Thompson sent to the FBI, he went to the databases that Othram couldn't. They went to the databases they shouldn't. And that's where people are having a big problem. But the name they pulled out, again, that you run into a wall with it too. It shouldn't have been used to charge them. But if in fact they did do that, then you would legitimately have that argument. But I don't know. The DNA to me is like it's like a red herring, just like the car.
Yeah. Well, I think the whole prosecution's a red herring. I think that the whole purpose of arresting Brian and going through all this for 2 years is to, they have some reason for it. And I mean, it's kind of amazing to me that they would allow the real killers just to.
There's a reason for it. There's only there's a reason for it, but it's a nefarious reason, and it's not
exactly.
I think what of a lot of Americans and you can't you live by I live by a certain set of morals, and I ask the question: why is people not understand how easy it is? How can I have earned so much money and have so much possessions, right? Without any stress, without any chaos, no debt, nothing. How did I do that? It was because I was honest and fair. Did it take a while? It did. It took many years, but I don't ever have anything to worry about it. I got to think of things to think about to keep my mind busy for those last few minutes I fall asleep. I'm not thinking about problems in my life. And it's not that I'm better than anyone. It's just I found the secret. It's just be honest and do the next best thing for yourself. That's all. And you'd be amazed at how good life turns out. So for some reason, people just don't understand that it's the simple that you have to live by. Be simple, be honest. When you look at something, look at the data they're giving you. 1 and 1 does not make 3, unless, do you know when 1 and 1 makes 3?
What is it?
Do you think 1 and 1 makes 3?
No, I thought you said, do you know when?
I did ask when, and you said when's that. So I'm asking, do you think 1 and 1 equals 3?
Oh, when does that happen?
Well, 1 and 1 equals 3 when a man and woman create a child.
Yeah.
Right? Might sound stupid, but is it an accurate statement? That's when 1 and 1 equals 3. It could equal 4 if you have twins. If you have triplets, it could equal 5. So my point is that you never really know unless you look. That's the whole reason for saying that. You try to think through 1 + 1 equals 3, and if you just stick with numbers, you're going to just scream and argue, and your head's going to explode. But if you step aside and look at how could that be possible, and that's how I try to tell people that's how we're supposed to think, right?
Well, yeah, I think it's interesting that so they basically used touch DNA, and they used a story about his white Elantra.
Right.
And within this case, there are samples of DNA in blood on the rail and outside on the glove, and then the third one. And there's also, 2013 white Hyundai Elantra connected to the property. And the police lied about it. They said that car was not connected to the property, but it's owned by an employee of Team Idaho. She got it from Dan Nesby in Team Idaho. So that white car is definitely attached to the house. I mean, to the landlord.
Right, but the thing is, though, is to be clear, though, that truth still doesn't play a role in this case, and that's what I try to get people to shed away from. In other words, there's no need to explain any other vehicle at all except what's being alleged. And when you try to explain that, it can't be explained. When Payne says that there is no video that identifies Brian's car or Brian, none, then that's enough. That's all. What other car, whoever could have, it don't matter for this case.
Okay, for that case, right. But I've never really thought of this case as being genuine. So I'm talking about the Idaho 4 murders.
Right.
And
now I think it's genuine in the minds of the people that are doing what they're doing.
You think they really believe it?
Oh, they don't need to believe it. See, this is what I keep trying to tell people. You got to learn how to think and stop believing. There's reasons that they have, and they're not big reasons, to be right, to just simply be right is all, to get these conviction on this gentleman is what matters to these people. The actual truth isn't what justice is about in their minds. They don't live from the point of view that you and I and others look for. Matter of fact, a lot of people online are no different than the prosecutors. It's not by the method you get to your result. What matters is the result. And because they look at the world that way, they can't think properly. They've short-circuited their own brain. That's why I won't debate people about who could have done this or how. I can't answer any of those questions. There's no definitive way to answer that ever. What I can discuss with definitive statements what this case is doing, where it's at, what's been shared, what can I extrapolate, what can we agree upon doesn't make sense or does make sense, right? Do you want your
murders and the victims?
Right. Well, you're being true to them. You got to be true to them, and to me, that's the only way to do it. But the prosecutors and the police don't have this mindset. They don't think like you and I when it comes to doing this job. And I think a lot of people, they think others are going to be fair and honest, and I'm a very fair and honest man, but I don't expect that from anyone. Because I'm always on the lookout, and I'm usually correct that people are trying to screw you, right?
Yeah, I just never knew that it went this far. I mean, this is the point of insanity what they're doing.
From your point of view and my point of view as reasonable men, you're right, but they're not from the mindset that you and I are applying to our lives. That's one of the big quagmires. I think people find it hard to believe, and I sometimes do too. How could you work with somebody that makes that kind of an error? This is the second case this guy was involved in. He's making the exact same error he did in a false accusation against a doctor. They accused the doctor of committing murder. He was a chiropractor. And they had the same data, same video type stuff, and he interpreted it in a way that framed the doctor. And he was, and that case had to get dismissed. The doctor's got like, I don't know, $10 or $100 million lawsuit against him or something. And now this is happening to Brian Koberger. The same guy is involved that did it to that case. He's in this case. So how can you not consider the errors of that man in this case when that's a fact, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just natural that we think that other people think and feel the way we do, but
right.
It's kind of like projecting my own values onto the police and prosecutor and the.
And it's hard to put yourself in those shoes because just like Heidi said, and I've said it too, how can his coworkers protect him? And they're not protecting him. You know, they don't see what they're doing is wrong. They're going to get justice in any way they can get it. And if they can get this kid executed, they're going to feel proud of themselves. Where you and I don't look at the world that way. You and I are Americans that expect America to be run by the limits placed in the Constitution, right? By the Bill of Rights, right? By your local and state laws. And we expect those that monitor and enforce them to follow the same rules with the same understanding. And that's not how this works. That's where America's gotten itself in trouble. We just assume that your teacher is going to be a good person because they're a teacher, but they're going to go get your kid and diddle your kid, or talk to your kid about diddling other kids, or talking about their private parts when they're 6, 7 years old. You don't expect that from a teacher. And that's the problem with America. We've placed our American values, or we see the world through the lens of decency, and we just don't live in a decent world because we aren't standing up for decency and demanding it and calling it out. We get caught arguing with jerk-offs like Jeff H. They don't get it. Like for me, this isn't about Brian Koberger or the victims. This is for America. This is for you, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this could be happening in every state right now.
It's happening all over the place. It's happened twice that we know of in Idaho so far. At least 1.5 times, right? Well, look at the Allen case. Look at the Karen Reed case. Look at all the cases they brought against Trump. All manufactured, manipulated with evidence that shouldn't even have been allowed in the courtroom, right? It's insane the things that we see going on around us in our justice system. Look at all the wars we got involved with. Forget about, do we really need to be in Ukraine? Do we need to be over fighting the Houthis? Do we need to be fighting in Israel? What are we doing giving people all this money to kill each other? What is wrong with us? There's no justice in any of that. So even on a worldwide scale, America's become a warmongering bully. And I'm a lover of America, and I'm sorry, but I can't really argue that fact isn't true, because it is. What the hell are we doing? You're going to push up against Russia. For what? Ukraine? What's Ukraine? Like I said, if Russia was at Mexico or Canada, I'd say, okay, that's really threatens my interest. It puts me in danger, right? They can put their nukes right on their, okay. But to go fuck with Ukraine to what purpose? We promised, the big issue with this is we promised when the wall came down. I don't know how old you are, but in 1989, the wall came down, right?
Yeah, I'm your age.
Okay, so we promised Russia at that point that we would not encroach or apply or allow any country that borders directly to Russia to be a part of NATO. They were not allowed to apply, and we would not attempt to get them to apply. So any direct border, Poland, the Ukraine, Any border that connected Russia, we would leave alone. Any other country in the Eastern Europe were free to do as they chose, and Russia agreed to that. And in 2014, that was why they had a color revolution and this big scream and dance that Ukraine wants to join NATO. Well, that's a complete violation of our agreement to get the Berlin Wall down. We're at fault there. There's no fault of Putin. Putin took over the Caspian, what is that, Crimea? He took that over because other nations on the Black Sea that border the Black Sea, that Russia built giant naval ports in, that Russia then, after the wall went down, started paying lease to the country where they fucking built the base, paying leases. Obama and our Western NATO leaders convinced those countries to break those leases and kick Russia out. So Russia's Black Sea, that'd be like kicking New York out of the Lake Ontario, or it'd be like kicking New York out of the Hudson River. How do you kick America out of the Gulf of Mexico? Imagine if someone did that to us. What would you do? So we kicked all of Russia's bases away from Russia and left Russia with no bases for their navy. And Russia had, since they had already conceded the Crimea to Ukraine, they just said, "Fuck it, we're going to take back Crimea and keep our navy there where it was before." My point is, when you look at the truth of what's been going on, whether it be, and it's this, Trump did a lot of fucked up things too, especially with the pandemic. I can give a whole list of array of things that guy did wrong. A whole list of things he's doing now that I disagree with. I don't want executive orders. I want you to get laws passed. Fuck these executive orders. I'm against that, right? So my point is, I'm looking for the truth and what's honest, not what appeals my fancy or tickles my balls or something. If we got a problem because oil is being drilled on federal land, then remove the land from being federal and sell it to the American people so that I could buy a piece of land and charge Exxon to drill on it. What's wrong with that? Isn't that a good solution? Right? So I'm more of a guy that wants to see the facts and see where the truth lies, and that we can all coalesce. Sometimes my truth isn't going to be others. I accept that. And it's as if we've been all programmed to follow the shiny ball and argue about only the arguments that connect you to the shiny ball, when everything that's fucked up has got nothing to do with that shiny ball. Right? I don't mean to preach at you. I'm just.
No, it's okay. Do you think that there will ever be an investigation into this whole cover up and any investigation into who actually committed the crime?
No, that's impossible now. Now I sided with Idaho taking the house down. And as much as I just felt, based on the data that we had at that time, now knowing what I know now, I'm vehemently against what they did. However, at the time, based on what we knew, I saw no value in maintaining that residence. I didn't see it was going to hurt the prosecution. And the reason I didn't see that was because, now we know there was blood on a railing, there was blood on a glove outside, there was blood somewhere else we're unaware of. How do we know there was more blood? I don't know. Did Ann tear up the floorboards? Did everybody rip the carpet? What did they do when they searched the house? We don't know, and we can't prove it. So but my point is, at the time, I didn't think that it was unreasonable for them to do that because their laws in Idaho allow them to do that. You follow me? And because Ann didn't fight back real hard, I accepted them taking the house down. In hindsight, I was wrong. That house should never have been taken down.
Ann was right, because it's better for her to get her client off if that house is not there.
But that house would be crucial to showing that couldn't have been Brian. That house is so important to show.
In one way, yes, but if you don't know, if you don't know.
In what way do you think? In what way do you think it would be crucial?
Right. Well, I don't know about it can be crucial. I just think that if the house isn't there, there's not going to be anything else come up that's going to go against Brian.
No, I don't think the house had anything to go against Brian anyway. Here's why I think it's crucial for this one piece of information nobody told us until a year and a half later, is that there was an identical crime in September of 2021 of somebody dressed with a knife, almost identical to what Dylan described. The only difference in these two descriptions was height. Brian said skinny, or Dylan said skinny and about 5'10". The person that was witnessed that snuck into a home of college-age girls, of college students and sorority girls, snuck into a home, went into the bedroom with a knife, And the girl in that bedroom happened to be awake and kicked that person in the gut. And that person ran out of the house, never to be found. But the connection between these two crimes is profound in that when you stand in Dylan's doorway and look towards the common area, the living room, there's a 6-inch difference in floor height. So when they described the guy from September 21 that got kicked in the gut as being 5'3" to 5'5", when you put him in King Road, that 6-inch floor would give him the height that Dylan described. You see, Dylan opened her door and looked out. I promise you, she didn't consider the difference in height. You naturally might not even think of that. You look out at 5'8" at a man that's roughly 5'10" or 5'11". You're basically looking right at him from her perspective. You follow me?
Yeah.
Her claim is then she closed her door and locked it. And then the cops assumed that he walked out of the house through the back door. That's the police's statement. Okay? So if you take the September 21 case, this is 2021, and you compare that description to Dylan's description with the oddity of her floor, now those two cases look like the same perpetrator. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me, but I don't really relate those two crimes to the degree a lot of people do. I understand why you think that they're.
Well, let me ask you this. If you took 12 jurors and you walked them into Dylan's room and you took a man at 5'4" and you had a juror open the door as this person walked towards them and then closed it, okay, and asked them, how tall do you think that person was? And you do that with all 12 jurors, knowing the lawyer that the person walking towards them is only 5'4". I suspect that most of those jurors, upon opening that door and looking at that person coming, would guess a taller person. Now reverse the process and put a 6 foot tall man walking towards them, and have them do the test again and have them tell you how tall was that person, and they would say well over 6 feet. That discrepancy in the floors is a big deal that you could have demonstrated if the house were still standing. See, you don't have that option anymore.
I definitely believe they never should have torn it. I mean that's just
yeah. I disagreed with that originally. My understanding of the case at that time was what does it matter? And it really up to then it didn't matter, and it hasn't mattered to me at all until they finally told us in November about a crime of a person breaking into a fraternity house with a knife and a ski mask and dark clothes. Okay, with a visible knife in their hand, and they got kicked and ran out. And there's 2 witnesses to this person. So a person in dark clothes and a mask carrying a knife, that is the description of what Dylan gave, is it not? So said the police. So say the police.
It's some of it, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It just seems to me that is a lawyer you would want to present the other someone else did it argument. And that may not be an argument you could pull off, but with the house, you certainly can't demonstrate that now.
Yeah, no, having it in the house, it's always better. Because I spent a long time on the U.S. grand jury.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Probably sat through over 200 cases, more than that witnesses, and I also kind of at the same time I had some friends in one of the rougher parts of the neighborhoods in my city, and there was a house there where a lot of crimes took place. Nobody got hurt. There was all, everybody wanted to do what they were doing, but the police finally started kind of giving them a hard time after a couple of years, and then the SWAT hit them. And so, like a couple weeks after that, 2 weeks after that, the house burned to the ground. And at that moment, like as a juror, and seeing the house gone, you just know there's no way to prosecute anything that ever happened.
Yep.
You can't reconstruct anything. And a juror can't build that all up in their mind.
No. Yeah, you got to keep things as simple as possible. And when it, people think a lot of like rocket science, it's not that complex. I could show you how it works with a balloon. Rocket science it's not that complex. Neither is the law. At least my view of things in man's world is any human being with an average IQ of 90 and above, there's nothing outside of your reach of understanding. The question is, are you willing to spend the time to understand? That's really the issue. I don't think Americans are stupid, or people as a whole. I just don't think that's true. I think we're lazy. That's where I think it comes from. We let others conclude for us, and then we adopt, we believe what they say. And that to me is the biggest failing of what this media system has done to us. It's taught us to believe in information. And that's why you see so many people believe in Trump like he's some savior. I think that's a bit fucking over the top. That's insane, right?
Yeah,
it
is. Yeah.
Right. And because we've been trained to believe, and you're not supposed to believe in man's knowledge. I mean, that's why we were thrown out of the Garden of Eden, and whether you believe that or not, the point of that is that we were told not to eat from the tree of knowledge. And why? Because then you start believing in things that are not God. They're not spiritual. That's why we were thrown out. And look what we argue about. You got one that believes he's guilty, another guy that believes he's innocent. Neither one of them are paying attention to the details of the case. Neither one of them realize what the cops are doing, right?
Exactly.
Right. And the only way, and it seems to me the only time that they would realize it is if it favors their belief. So the people that think he's innocent grab onto this stuff not because of the thought and understanding of the information, but because it fulfills their belief in his innocence. Where I do not believe he's innocent, nor do I believe he's guilty. But I do give him the decency of innocent until proven. And it's until proven that matters to me. That's the difference. Too many people don't understand. And this is the first time I've actually thought this through. So thanks for calling in. You did me a big favor. It's until proven guilty. You're innocent until proven. And that's the key part that we, the citizens, should pay attention to.
Yeah.
That's it. That's our job. Pay attention to until proven. And that's gotten lost on so many people. They don't. You know what I mean? I said the other day, I'm like an adult educational channel. Yeah, I could be a prick and say some nasty shit. But in the end, that's what I'm trying to show people. It's there's a piece of this that we should find important to us. One, the sadness of the kids being slaughtered like that. But more importantly, that the proof of guilt matters paramount to us over the accused. And it's just so, it's so lost on us. And these are true crime people. And I came from politics to true crime, and the same thing happens in politics that happens here. I believe he's innocent. I believe he's guilty. And I don't know, man. It's like trying to talk a Muslim out of being a Muslim. It's just, why waste your time? Leave the guy alone. And why, as a Muslim, come to me and have me try to convince you not to be a Muslim? I don't want to have that conversation with you, right?
No.
So you see these people come in my chat room and start throwing stuff at me, the guilters. I don't want to have any conversation with people.
No. Well, I never knew if he was guilty or innocent, of course, but the thing that drew me in, unfortunately, I guess, was the witnesses on the witness stand, Mowry, Payne, and Tyree.
Yeah.
And it's just so easy to see what they did. And so I was like, well, this is they're obviously setting them up. And then, and the thing is, it's like, well, this is such a serious crime. I mean, this is a 10 out of 10 serious crime. You can't get any worse. And they're focused on setting up this fictitious trial instead of solving the actual crime. It's hard for me to overcome that. It's hard for me to believe that a person would do this to begin with.
No, something, and that's a great example of living through a specific set of human decency. You're looking at the world and you're perplexed that people can do this to each other. And they always tell you've got to walk a mile in another man's shoes, but you also have to trade places with people that are different from your point of view to understand them.
Yeah, it's true. I understand it, but I really can't. This is a case where I've actually walked in a lot of different people's shoes. I've got a lot of life experience in a lot of different things, but for somebody to go in and do that, especially under the circumstances, the chances of getting away with it. And it seems like there'd be a mountain of evidence in there. And then you see the police playing games with Brian Kober instead of,
how about the game they played with Dylan Mortensen? What's in the PCA isn't consistent with her interrogations or whatever you call those. That's not, they left out the most important part. I was drunk. I don't know if I was dreaming. I can't say what I saw was real. I don't know what was going on. See, that was supposed to be given to the judge that signed the warrant, not
Yeah.
not the story they put in there. Even if she said anything closely related to that statement is unreliable after she says in every interview she has the same thing about her condition of being drunk, not knowing if it was real. She thought she was dreaming. That negates that description. Then when you show her a photo and she can't identify Koberger in the photo, then that woman's information is useless for a warrant. Do you agree?
Oh yeah. I mean, if anything.
Okay, so they didn't
it's harder
present
to get
that.
one.
Well, they didn't present
Yeah.
that. And that's why I often tell people, and I'm not going to do it again, but my fingerprint story of a crime I committed. A fingerprint is not proof of a crime. It's actual, it's what's the story, where you put a story together? It's circumstantial evidence. It's circumstantial. It's there. We know it's there. Everybody agrees with that. Okay. What are the circumstances of it getting there? That's the case you bring to court, not the fingerprint, but the circumstances that explain its presence at the time of the crime. That's what the process of justice is supposed to be. They got the name or the fingerprint identification, we'll call it that for simplicity, and then they tried to work the case backward. And rather than put the truth in the information they found, they left out by omission exculpatory information and included unreliable data. Dylan Morton's statements. So under those pretenses, that would make the probable cause affidavit illegitimate. And therefore, any warrant issued from there forward is a violation of Brian Koberger's Fourth Amendment right.
Yeah.
That's,
Well, I mean, with these new revelations, I mean, I don't know what to think of Dylan Mortensen now.
were you shocked when you heard that stuff? I almost fell out of my chair.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was like, I mean, at the end of the 2 days of those hearings, I just felt sick. I mean, I was like, this is even worse than I thought.
And who are these people? Have to have psychic powers to come to some of the conclusions they came to with the information they didn't. First and foremost, we can agree they had very little information, and none of the information was accurate or can be conclusively accurate. It's one thing to tell me that, like, I drive my sports car around late at night sometimes just for solace to chill. And imagine if crimes happen in that area and you pick my car up in that area all those different times. Does that mean I was stalking the person like they said Brian did? I mean, how close to this crime was I? And the fact that I connected to the same cell tower where a crime was committed while I was out driving, how does that make me a suspect? And if it does make me a suspect, like let's say that with Brian, we'll use this case as example, that looks suspicious. But when you dig further into it and realize that these locations are not near the house, right? Then you should have walked away from Brian's DNA. You should have put that up on a whiteboard. Brian Koberger, transfer DNA, identification, positive. And then you should have continued on down your list. Brian's location, all showed him nowhere near the crime scene. Next, what about the blood samples? You see, they should have continued working the case.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure.
And now we'll never know what happened to these young kids unless somebody comes forward or Ann Taylor solves it or paparazzi solves it or all these other screwballs out there with all their fucking theories solves it, right? We got to depend on them people. Can you imagine?
Oh, my God. Yeah, like the cartel is gonna, they're gonna
right.
Kids, but they're gonna let the snitches just keep going snitching.
Listen, these people, they by the thousands, they go to some of these streamers, right? And I want these people to go to the same streamers when that person's going to do a call-in to tell your doctor how to perform heart surgery. Okay, let one of your YouTubers do that in a critical moment when your kid or you need surgery. Let these goofballs with all their theories call in and tell the doctor what he should be doing. It's crazy how far people have gone off the rails with this. It's almost amusing if it weren't sad. But
yeah.
You know.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for the poor victims at the bottom of all of it.
And you know, the easiest, the most common way to overturn a transfer DNA conviction. You know the most common way to overturn that is
no, I don't know.
Other DNA in the crime scene.
Oh,
Other DNA that doesn't belong to the transfer DNA person. I've cited Amanda Knox. Remember that case in Italy?
Mm-hmm.
Her case was transfer DNA on a knife handle that got overturned. She lived in the apartment. The person they lived together. Of course, there's transfer DNA on the knife that was used to kill her. The knife that was used to kill her came from the kitchen, a kitchen to a home that she lived in. So that the fact that it was there doesn't make her the killer. That's a perfect case of circumstantial evidence. Now, it's on a weird spot. It's on the handle. Okay. All right. Yeah. So now let's reconstruct the crime scene. Let's find more evidence that puts the knife in Amanda's hand and plunge it into the chest of her roommate. You need to build that case because as they showed in Italy when they overturned it, and even in America, there's a black guy that was put in jail for murdering his girlfriend, and they had his semen inside of her. She was raped and bludgeoned to death, and they put him in prison for the semen that they found in there. And his statement was, "We had intimacy before I left for home to get ready for work the next day, and this took place after I left. I didn't kill my girlfriend." They still convicted the guy. When he went to the appellate court, you know what they found? They found other male DNA on the victim in places that would be consistent of an altercation and or rape, and that was never given to the court. So they overturned the conviction. But this guy spent 10 years in jail, and the same thing looks like it's happening here with Brian Koberger. You know, and that's the key to transfer DNA. If there's multiple sources of the same individual's transfer DNA mixed among the crime scene, that does tell a story. But when there's only one sample and then there's 3 other male DNA samples you haven't identified, there's a problem there. Right? I mean, you could try to suggest Brian was involved, but you can't really say that if you can't find 3 other people involved. Right? How can you argue the other people helped him if you can't identify the other people and prove it? You can't even make that argument. Right?
Right. Yeah.
Kimberly said something. Anyway, you can have the floor for the next couple of minutes here. I got to read a couple of these things in chat. Maybe we can attack Kimberly or something. Hang on. Oh, man. Isn't that interesting? I've seen things about drugs and people having questions. I haven't followed the case so closely. So Kimberly says there's a case up here. Let's see what Kimberly has found us. I don't know. But they truly try Enon. They said there's I don't want to get into the Enon stuff. And apparently he has amnesia and can't remember anything. Shot a kid. How many times then planted shell casings around the kid saying he was firing little Tolson know it was all on camera and had been barred. You know, there's so many people up in this area that have done some terrible things, man. The law enforcement people themselves. It's crazy. That's what she was talking about. I think that woman that she named in that. But I don't know about drug cartels or Enon Hartz. I don't really even want to get into the extrapolation of dreaming of who could have done this because it's not our job. Our job is for them to prove Mr. Koberger did it. And I think we agree there's an uphill battle remains for the prosecution.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. As far as trying to solve it, I mean, there's no way to do it. I mean, you know, just figuring out what a normal day is like in that area is difficult.
I was stunned when they said the police entered the house and there were all the 3-bedroom, the 2 upstairs bedrooms and the downstairs bedroom doors were open. That shocked me.
It shocked me too.
Now here's a we don't know who opened them. Right now they also said there were a whole bunch of kids outside. How many of them went in the house? Were any of them students at WSU taking criminology? Do we even know? That would be important to know, wouldn't it?
Oh, you need to know. I mean, I want to know as much as we could about everyone who was there.
I would have put every one of them, including Bethany and Dylan, in separate rooms. I don't care if I had to rent the Marriott Hotel. I'd have put you all in separate rooms and I'd had the same investigator go through and ask you all the same questions. Another investigator come through and ask you all the same questions independently of each other. And then I would compare my notes. Tell
them all that down the end of the hall, you got Emma Bailey in the room. She's telling everything.
Whatever, if she could, right? But my sense is that none of this was done when the crime scene was investigated. You got people in there with windbreakers sneezing into their arm, wearing wearing masks, not even a hazmat suit. And so you're going to investigate a crime scene with people in blue jeans, right? People walking in and out of the house with paper protectors on their boots and not putting them in storage bags, not keeping in other words, whatever's on that booty should be evidence, should be searched, right? You're walking through a crime scene. None of that was done. You're in blue jeans and windbreakers, and lo and behold, you guys discovered the smallest particle. As a matter of fact, the Hadron Collider probably wouldn't even want to intermix with that. It was so small. And you guys are going to tell me that team of investigators produced the smallest, least quantity amount of evidence science can recognize under those circumstances of how in the fuck could you actually? I don't get it, man. It's like going to a fucking. You're going to put a fence in someone's yard and you show up with a tack hammer. How are you going to drive those posts in the ground with a tack hammer? And there they were.
I was just wondering for a while, because looking at the people going in and out of the crime scene and all that, they didn't seem to be too worried about getting anything on them. And in the way that this was coming together with Ryan, I was just wondering if maybe they had all, ODs or something, and that they were just trying to cover that up. But
yeah, there's a lot of conditions or a lot of that's we could sit here and speculate, and that's what I try to avoid, because what we have is what we have, and what happened there we'll probably never know. But I also think it's kind of you see all these streamers out there, they're pointing at this guy at the Banfield, this guy at the grub truck, this, that, and the frat and gangs, and they're impugning all of these people that they've decided or they've created stories to make them the perpetrator or perpetrators. And it's just stupid. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, you can't figure that out. I mean, there's just no way. For years I ran with a really rough crowd, and there's only just so many people who can do something like this.
And so, yeah, I think the entire investigation throws into doubt the validity of any of the evidence, including the DNA, so long as Ann presents it in a very simple pattern from beginning for the jury to hear it. It's rather unlikely. That's why I said to you, and I don't know if you caught the significance of it, but were any of the people that were there that morning students of WSU criminology? Because that tells you how transfer DNA could have ended up there.
Right. Yeah.
Did any of those people that were on the property there have any connection to the WSU campus? Or were they all Idaho people? And if you don't know that, and you're not asking that, and you're not keeping records of that, you're not investigating. You would ask that as a matter of course. Oh, you were here this morning. What brought you here? Oh, I heard it through this. Oh, and your connection to the victims? Well, I don't really know them. I was just curious. And where do you go to school? What's your address? What's your name and your phone number in case we have more questions? Do you go to school here? Do you work here? Right? You would ask these people open-ended questions for them to answer. And then
and everybody I interview, I want to see them. I'm not going to do it over the phone. I want to see their hands, their face.
Now Heather is saying the girl who took the pics of all of them before the game was in criminal justice. Okay.
Is it Josie? Or yeah. Is that her name? Josie?
Yeah, we don't get into that, Mandy May. We have no proof that these kids showed up hours before 911 was called. Let's keep that out of here. Fuck that WSU Kim, that nasty, stinky snatch. Don't even bring up anything she brought into the mix or anybody along that line. We don't know.
Well, 90% of those people are just normal college kids. I mean, they're not. It's not like everyone there is part of a conspiracy.
No, but there's a rumor going around that these kids knew at 10 o'clock and the cops still weren't called till noon or 9 o'clock. And I just won't accept that. And I won't let it be discussed because there's no evidence to support it. And so I shoot it. That's why I attack that. I'm not attacking the person. I'm just telling you, don't bring that nonsense in here, like the non-harsh. I don't want to hear about it. There's no evidence. There's nothing that's been provided to us, the public, to connect these other things. And so they're not worth. They're like fantasy discussions, and I try in this stream. I try to keep us away from the fantasy. Now, you may say when I bring up September 2021, I don't see a fantasy in that. There's a fact base in that case that's similar to this case, and I think that makes it relevant because the facts, right?
Well, yes, that's true. But on the other hand, any crime in that area is going to probably involve college students, probably sorority women. I wouldn't be that surprised. And I don't think that's that unique. You know what I mean?
Right. But to start pointing at the fraternity as being involved when there's no evidence and no accusation, there's nothing being said by the defense nor the prosecution or any document that connects anybody to Koberger except Koberger, right? And so for us to step outside of that, I say you have to stay within the facts available to you. Now, and I think you said earlier you can make a better case, or you think Dylan may have known more or been involved. And I think that case can be shown based on only the facts of the crime scene, based on only the information that's been given to the public. If you take out Brian and put in Dylan, you can make an equal or better case against her. But not because you're inventing a story, but because she does fit into that seat. That doesn't mean she did it. I'm not accusing her of anything, but I am saying if you use just the facts that you have, you can then take the case from September 21 and see a strong similarity. Late at night, a frat apartment, multiple girls lived in, person with a mask over their face and dark clothes and a knife in their hand. That fact pattern consistent with the fact pattern we're aware of in Idaho, based on what the PCA told us, right? So that's what I'm trying to show is that I'm not suggesting these two cases are connected, but I am showing that those factual similarities, if you're going to say something could have a connection, at least I'm using pure fact and I'm not dreaming up because Eon bought drugs and Eon lived across the street and Eon's got. I'm not, in other words, I saw someone at the band field or they saw someone on a camera. There's none of that in this case. There just is. So the case of September 2021 was hidden from us. That kind of disturbs me. Why wasn't that common knowledge? Why wouldn't the news media on that immediately? That a similar incident happened with no fatalities and no injuries in September 2021. Why didn't we know that November 14th, 2022?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's the whole thing that makes this whole case so interesting is that there's so much, nefarious stuff going on. It's like, and like you said earlier, it's like everyone's civil rights are on the line because they, I mean, you can't go much further than what they're going on in this case in Idaho. I mean, as far as going off the rails.
No, and yeah, that's the worst thing. They going off the rails is probably the best explanation people can give. It's gone off the rails, and it's sad that it's gone off the rails because if the state can't close its case and show and beyond a reasonable doubt Brian did it, then look at the horrific. Then what are we left with? That's the catch-22. You don't even want to have to think that you almost want to say just convict this guy because the other alternative is just gross, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's gonna be terrible. I mean, it's gonna be a relief if they don't have any evidence. If it goes away, it looks like it's going, and they finally let Brian go, then that's gonna be it's gonna be a cold day. As far as the reality of what we're left with. And
that judge might be putting himself in danger. That's the other thing. The other thing that needs to be addressed is that there was never a media outlet, no matter where it was, that was trying to point out the unfairness of what was being laid at this kid's feet, and that there was no examination or question. If the cop said A, you said B, and the entire media was an echo chamber for them. And then you add all these social media idiots that love the shiny object, right? Were you around for the Kansas City 3 or Donna Eyes?
I saw a little bit of the Kansas City 3.
And everybody was attacking the poor survivor that he worked on HIV. He was a biochemist. Oh, he must have contaminated or created the drug and killed his friends.
Yeah, they called him the chemist.
And he didn't do any of that at all. As far as we know, they all took the same drug. He passed out for 2 days on the couch. That's why he didn't answer the door or the phone, right? Those people went outside.
What happened? They got a hold of some
fentanyl.
They got a hold of some coke that had too much fentanyl in it.
There you go.
3 of them went outside to cool off.
Wake
up, and 1 of them went to bed.
The first minute that story was released, I said, "This is most likely the conclusion will be a fentanyl overdose." And everybody's, well, how do you explain 3 frozen solid bodies? Well, they were there for a couple of days, I'm sure. And the guy that survived probably passed out in the house. I said this immediately, and it took months. Finally, that's exactly what it came out to be. And I'm not saying I'm psychic or smarter than anybody, but when you look at just the facts, they do speak for themselves. They tell a story. Isn't that how it's supposed to work?
Yeah.
And how do the
That one was
facts?
a lot simpler.
Yeah, but even in the Kohlberger case, they've made it complex. But how does not being able to identify him in his car near that house? How does that not say he wasn't? I mean, how does that say he was there?
I mean, they basically proved he wasn't there. They're saying he was in his car going south.
Right. And his phone disconnected from the network, and they don't pick him up until sometime later. But then they try to imply that these videos from Indian Hills, these videos around the house show his car. That was the argument they made in the PCA. Now we got to ask ourselves, after hearing Bethany say somebody ran off, well, why would you run off and leave your car? If a car brought the perpetrator to the crime scene, then how is Bethany watching a man run away consistent with that statement in the PCA? It's a contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
She's saying he left on foot. You're saying he left in a car. You both can't be true unless you're talking about multiple perpetrators, right?
Well, yeah, at least. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, you're supposed to disclose Bethany's statement to the court when you apply for the warrant or you go to a grand jury. You're supposed to show them the contradictions, and it's up to them to decide whether those contradictions provide reasonable doubt to the claim that he did it. And nobody was given that opportunity, not the magistrate, and I suspect not the grand jury. They keep telling the same story that was in the PCA.
Yeah, grand juries. Yeah, grand juries don't get anything. they don't get anything.
No, that's not true. I like I said, they went to indict me for breaking into an apartment and stealing firearms. They had my fingerprint on the door hinge. That hinge was facing the hallway. The door was put in backwards of all stupid things, and that's why I was able to get the door off its hinges. I didn't break into the apartment. I pulled the hinge pins and just pulled the door to me. Right? Here's the point. They found my fingerprint there. They arrested me. I denied it. They took it to a grand jury where they had to disclose to the grand jury that I was the maintenance man and still am the maintenance man and was in the process of painting every door, everything in the hallway. So I had a reason to be there, right? In the apartment.
They tried to indict you.
No, well, no, it got dropped. They had to let it go because reasonable doubt existed, right? I never went to trial, but they still tried to indict because it was a felony burglary because of the value of the guns and the fact that they were guns, right? So, but the key point is a fingerprint or a DNA sample in and of itself isn't evidence of a crime. It's a lead for a suspect. It's a tip.
Yeah, the way you explained that earlier, I think was the best explanation I've heard is when you explained that the PCA and the fact that they're actually now admitting that Brian basically proved that Brian wasn't there. Then even if that is his DNA, it still doesn't mean he couldn't have committed the crime because he wasn't there.
Well, it's not that he couldn't have committed the crime. This is important. The distinction's definitely important. It doesn't say that at all. It just says that you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt he did. You see,
I thought they proved that his car was going the other way.
They do. Everything in the PCA is actually a lie. So all the accusations about his phone pinging here or there isn't accurate. The whole idea that video shows his car without a license plate, completely inaccurate. They don't have any of that. So those statements are false.
They don't have affirmative evidence though of where he actually was.
No. No, they don't. No. They know he connected to the tower that services that house. But that cell tower has a 10 or 15 mile radius. So that means he was within the radius of the tower, but nothing can place him at that house at any time at all, ever. And the best they can do, the best placements that they can make are before and after the crime. And all of those placements are too far away to be viable to connect them to the crime. And even those placements are guesses. They're not accurate determinations. They don't have a cast report. They got a PowerPoint presentation. They got a map with dots on it, right? So they have no evidence to tell you where he really was. But Ann Taylor telling people, that's why she pointed out there's 2 towers in Moscow. And the other prosecutor come out, there's 3. No, as Twizzle says, the third one's in Blaine, and that's not Moscow. But anyway, the point Ann is making and showing is that if they really did their homework and the data they didn't supply us would have been the homework, that data, when it is added to what they're telling you, completely contradicts the the map. So no, they have no idea where this kid actually was. I'm sure Ann and Cy Ray have a real good understanding of where he was.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm trying to say. The DNA then becomes irrelevant. It's an unexplainable piece of information, right? It's what came first, the chicken or the egg? And you can't put somebody in jail for the rest of their life or kill them on a chicken or egg argument. To me, that's why our country's in such sad shape. I mean, have you seen what China's been doing?
Well, they've been doing a lot.
Dude, their Air Force has caught up to ours. Their Navy has exceeded ours. Fusion energy, dams, massive buildings and bridges that go for... if you could see... If America saw what China was doing and asked ourselves, what the fuck did we do with $36 trillion? We got potholes everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? Detroit...
They make those bridges and buildings.
Yeah.
With the automatic machinery that just goes and builds it.
They're surpassing America as we speak right now. They're surpassing us on every front. And what did they convince us all to do? Is to argue about fucking things that don't matter and not pay attention to the shit job these people that work for us are doing. Whether it be here.
They got TikTok. They got TikTok distracting everybody.
Right.
A lot of this stuff comes from TikTok. A lot of the Idaho 4 stuff comes from TikTok.
You know, I don't have an issue with any of these entertainment-based services. My issue is user agreements. And the person I agree with is AOC when she said that if you're going to hold TikTok to the limit of collecting private data, then you need to do that to every corporation in the country. And I've been arguing that for years. There should be no way that a company should be allowed to tell me that I got to give you my phone number, my address, where at work, blah, 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 to use your website. Charge me to use it, motherfucker. Live or die on the economy of services provided, not by trading my personal information, opening me up to fucking credit theft, opening me up to lose the title or mortgage to my home, or giving up the where I live and how many kids I got so some pedophile could find. In other words, that user agreement needs to be nixed. We as a group of people should go after X and say, you protect our privacy information by deleting it and never selling or storing it again, or we'll leave. That's how we govern the country. We forgot that we are the government, not fucking Trump, not fucking Biden. We are the government. And we now have this amazing tool to communicate. Why is it we can't come together on middle of the road things that everybody benefits from? And to me, the user agreement argument, I don't care what gender you are, what religion you are, that user agreement, the protection of that and our privacy, we all can agree on. How could you disagree with that common sense? If Facebook wants my private information or $8 a month, then here's my $8 a month, or I just leave Facebook. In other words, be a business in America, make money in America, but don't do it by taking my private shit and then patsying me off for more and more money.
Mm-hmm.
It's
been reported the last few days. They're talking about China passing this up in AI now, artificial intelligence.
Yeah. It's a tragedy. All the money we spent to blow up all of these different places and cause all for what?
Yeah.
We should have man in the mark. Go ahead.
It's their precursors making all the fentanyl that's destroying our country.
Well, we did that to them too. The other thing is people forget history. What did we do to China? Do you remember what we did to China? Those opium houses? Do people forget the history of what the West did to China?
Yeah, I may have never known that.
Yeah, we drowned that country in opium. Opium dens. You never heard of opium dens? Oh, there were some of them existed in England too. But during the reign
in the movie Once Upon a Time in America.
Okay. So we had China infected and infested with opium dens. With millions of their people. And so I'm not saying what they're doing is right, but what I am saying is that if you keep doing the same shit over and over again, it's insane, and history will repeat itself. Fair enough? Now China's a world power, and China's letting these drugs flow into the Western world. The same thing the Western world did to them.
Yeah, that's people say, or experts say that China basically did everything they're doing, like the colonization and everything, the way they build power plants for countries, and
the worst part about that is that that's all of our technology they either stole or agreements were made between American corporations and China to turn over that information in order to do business there. And our companies agreed to that. I mean, you're seeing probably the largest transfer of wealth in the world will ever see. And not just wealth, but technological available. We put all these regulations and stipulations. These people want to protect everything. And they shut all these areas of the country down. They shut this research down, that research down. And it's criminal. Because we're now a nation and we literally are in decline. And Americans don't seem to even understand that, or they don't want to deal with it or accept it. We can snap out of it quickly. And I suggest that this tool would be the most effective. This is more powerful than a nuclear weapon. People just don't seem to understand that communicating and sharing ideas as the government, as you and I are, is the way we now can run our country. And yet we're being kept from that kind. Why isn't Rogan and all these other people pointing out? It's that shiny ball mentality. They put up the shiny ball. Biden did this, and Biden can't walk, and Trump is an orange man that rapes women, and they put up these shiny balls, and we get into an argument about that lie, that bull. And even if it's true, what does that got to do with my $8 a dozen eggs, man? Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. We've really allowed ourselves to be hustled out of the brains that we have.
Oh, it's true. I mean, you can put up any argument. You can just make something up and put it out there, and the other side will rise up out of nowhere.
Right. And look what people did when Budweiser used the transgender for a commercial. I mean, I don't agree with that lifestyle, but I don't deny anybody from making that kind of a life choice. That science allows it. Go ahead. Right. I mean, and someone was in here the other day arguing with me about electric cars. I'm very pro electric car, not because of the environment. I'm very pro electric because it's true that the forced manifestation of demand causes man to invent and create. The only reason you went from a horse and a cart to a car was because of population growth, which created a demand that had to be filled. The only reason airplanes became airplanes was because there were enough people in the world at that time to consider that would be doable. There was enough of a workforce. There was enough of a creative mind thought. And Elon talks about this a lot, and he's totally correct. Population growth inspires. So does one idea lead to the next. And so those two formulas must work together. And we're a nation in decline. We're in decline in population as well. I mean, you're having people that are having one baby. Well, that nation, that group of people will go extinct. If a couple only makes one child, you're on the endangered species list if you're an animal. I mean, people don't seem to think, they don't realize that dogs have 8 or 9 or 6 puppies. Why? Because they're a population in expanse. And there's a lot of reasons why their puppies will die, while they'll get malnourished, while they'll get eaten by another predator. And so that's one of the ways that a dog can maintain its population, is through lots of puppies. Well, it doesn't just apply to dogs, that applies to human beings too. That same formula applies to why there can't be a Bigfoot. You can't have 2 Bigfoots to make one Bigfoot, because then the species ends. So if you're going to have sightings of Bigfoot all over the country, you have to have collections of Bigfoot, and big collections, not 10 or 20. You need serious collections, and they all need to produce more than 2. So you all need to produce 3 offspring in order for your population to grow. If you only have 2 offspring, your population is declined because of disease and unknown accidents. So 2 is no good to grow your population. At best, it'll maintain it. But that doesn't, over time, that doesn't work. So you need 3 or more offspring from anything you want to call a Bigfoot in any region where you think of Bigfoot as being seen, or there cannot be a Bigfoot in that area. The math is undisputable. And that's sadly what we're not allowed to think like that, or we don't talk to each other like this, because we're all arguing whether Trump did this or Biden did that or Obama did this, or, Brian killed this person, Brian's guilty, Brian's innocent. We get caught up in these fucking ignorant arguments. It's rather insane, in my opinion.
It is a lot of it, most of it, actually.
All right, I didn't mean to blow up the Bigfoot thing, but does that make sense to you once you hear the figure and once you see how math works and population expansion?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right? People say
definitely.
We should have been on Mars long ago, in the 70s, in the 80s. There's nothing. That's the best thing. There's nothing Elon's doing that wasn't doable without Elon. There just wasn't anybody doing it, right? We've had rockets for decades. He just finally exceeded the power of a Saturn V rocket. Just think of the where we are from when they built that rocket in the 60s. This is 2025. Elon finally built a rocket that was more powerful than our Saturn V. That was the most powerful rocket man had ever built. And now we finally exceeded it. And it didn't need to take all of these years.
No, you think it would have happened a long time ago.
Right. And so that's what I mean. We've been a nation that's been stagnating because our leaders have convinced us that they're leaders and we're their fucking sheep. And they've been able to do that through entertainment, music, all kinds of different things that keep us distracted. Anyway, I don't want to talk you till you're dead. So you're free you're free to jump down or stay up. It's totally up to you. If you stay up, what do you have for a topic? If you got no topic,
For
get
a topic?
Yeah.
Here, I have something original for you on the Idaho 4. You're not gonna like it, but it's original. I haven't seen any videos on it or anything. Is that I don't think Brett Payne planted the knife sheath. I think the more experienced guy, Blaker, did. He put it there and let Payne find it, so that Payne would be stuck with it.
That's possible. My idea of the sheath, though, when I try to look at like when you break down numbers for population, when you break down that crime scene, the location of where it was found indicates to me that it was always in the home, that it belonged to one of the victims. And that the knife and the knife that it contained was used against the victims. That makes sense to me. Rather than somebody carrying a weapon of war into a home in the sheath. I mean, it's like carrying a gun into the house with the bullets in your pocket. Think about that. Would you enter a home? Wouldn't you have thrown the sheath away or desheathed the knife before you enter the home? Wouldn't you expect to go?
Yeah, I wouldn't even take the sheath with me.
Right, and if you did, would you not have attached it to your belt as it was designed?
Oh, definitely, it'd have been so secure. I mean,
right. So
yeah, there's no way you could leave that behind.
So it makes little sense. But let's say that they did go up there. I mean, they're telling you they went up there with a knife in a sheath. I don't know. How do you then come down without the sheath? And I was a criminal for a long time when I was young. How do you go into a home at night, whether you're there to commit murder or not, but with a brutal weapon in its sheath? I don't think that makes sense. You're going to enter a property. You don't know what you're going to come across, right?
So, well, you do know you are expecting people to be in there. Several.
So would you go in there with your knife sheathed? It'd be like I said, it's like
be ready to, as soon as you hit that, as soon as you cross the threshold of however you're getting in,
yeah,
you got to be ready to go right there.
You got to be ready to kill instantly.
Yeah.
If you're going there to kill, which is what they're telling us happened, then the sheath is a problem for somebody going to commit murder. That's even the one in September of 2021. That person, they said, had a knife that resembled a steak knife. Okay, so when you think about that makes sense, regardless of the kind of knife you had. But that knife would be ready to attack from the moment that person entered the property, and that does not exist here. Right? Like no forced entry into the property. There's never been any statement of any forced entry. Now we're being told all the bedroom doors were open. Well, I want more info. Were they open because they were broken into? Did the perpetrator jimmy a door, jimmy a lock? Was he able to walk in? Was he welcomed into the room? How did the person gain access to a house that had every single door in it had its own individual lock? That's a known fact. So how do you explain this fucking crime scene?
Oh, you can't. I mean, you really can't. I mean, I look at like the door being open, the doors being open, and the front door being open. That to me looks like either someone trying to let all the smells out, or it's part of the cleanup to it's cold that night, so they want to speed up the rigor mortis and get it to a point where they can't determine the time and half. And
she didn't extrapolate about that shoe print out in front of Dylan's door, but that to me is that's. I think she was going to tell us that shoe print doesn't even belong to Brian. I think that's where she held herself back because she had spilled enough beans, and I think maybe that was brought up in the closed hearing or something, and it wasn't given to her in discovery or other ways of information. But that's also a very perplexing thing to explain. Only one shoe print through all of that. You got blood on a railing and blood on a glove. You would suspect that. So were the doors open to air out the smell of death, or the cleaners that were used to clean up? Because there was also a statement early on, it could be a rumor, that when they walked in, it smelled like the place smelled like disinfectant or bleach.
Mm-hmm.
The first responders, or the first people that were to that house. So, you know, there's so many unexplainable issues here that don't add up to an intruder coming in from the outside. That's my take. And the fact of Dylan's story, drunk or not, she doesn't deny she opened her door. She says she did that, right? But she's not sure what she was seeing was real. So the fact that the killer didn't attack her makes me think her story is covering her or somebody someone's that she knew was coming to that home.
I mean, the whole thing, the first thing you notice about this case is it's clearly like an inside job. I mean, you can see home field advantage throughout the whole thing.
Right. And how do you wander through that house to these different locations? She said she heard someone running up and down the stairs. She thought it was Kaylee. I think what she heard was Zana going up to find out what was happening to those girls. And I think what she then heard when Zana ran down the stairs, this is where I say you could really paint a strong picture. Dylan was the door. You could really paint that girl into a corner.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Right? Her, between all of her statements and her misstatements and her chaos, she admits she was there before, during, and after. She totally admits that.
You know who she sounds like? I don't think you saw my comment earlier, but last year, I think a year ago, there was a woman who was charged. She murdered her boyfriend, and it was because they smoked some weed, and she had cannabis-induced psychosis, is what she was saying.
Jesus.
So when she described what was happening, she said it was like watching TV, and it was like, it didn't seem real. And but she was like stabbing him and killed him. She stabbed her dog. She stabbed herself a bunch of times.
Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Well, that must have been laced with some kind of drug, man. I've known people.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm saying with Dylan, you know, it's kind of what she's, you know, it's very unusual for a person to say that I didn't know if it was a dream or if it was real. It's pretty far out there.
I just wanted to reply to Heather. I know, Shane. Shame on you, Shamey. Heather Fitzgerald. I know what she said. And I'm saying that it sounds to me, and I said this in the beginning, I did a big video on Dylan Mortensen's potential involvement. And I did say in there that it seems to me that the two people in the front got themselves entangled in what happened upstairs. And that's the reason they were killed. They weren't targets. The guy wasn't there to, or if it were an outsider, they weren't there to kill everybody else. And even if it were Dylan, she wasn't there to kill everybody else. I don't even think Dylan went upstairs to kill anybody. I think Dylan going upstairs got into a jealous rage argument because her number one was now sleeping with the other girl instead of her. And I think that argument turned into somebody pulling a knife to wade Dylan off. Dylan grabbed that knife from them, and that ensued, and the battle took place. And I think that is a sensible explanation of what we know. Doesn't mean it happened, but it's more sensible because you know she was in the house. Because now she's saying someone ran down the stairs. Her suspect that she does describe could never be her. Could be everybody in the world except her. You see? Right. Everything, when you look at her story and you look at the scene, suggests that she had direct involvement in that. And if she's claiming someone ran down the stairs, it may be in fact because she chased Zana back to her room. You see? So I this is what I mean. I'm not like creating Grubhub trucks or I'm taking the data that we have and trying to understand it. And I'm not saying Dylan did a damn thing wrong. But that is one way to look at this crime that's fair and stays in the bounds of what we know.
Well, the facts of the case, the facts that we know, actually kind of push you to that conclusion.
I think so too. I agree with you even more so now than when I first I did. I think I got 10,000 plus views on that. And again, I'm not saying that you did anything, Dylan. I'm not accusing you of any crime. It's just simply that the facts that surround this crime also surround her. Right?
You know something else? It's possible, and this is getting a little bit. I guess it's a little bit speculative, but you know how, you know, they like to use a lot of party drugs, and you know how a lot of people with the drugs had fentanyl, of course.
Yeah.
And I even thought, like in the video of Maddie at the group truck, there's a part of it where she looks like she's doing a little bit of that fentanyl dance, kind of going.
Yeah, I see that. She does look slightly intoxicated, or yeah, under some influence of something that's. She's actually acting that way too, from what I can sense.
Yeah.
You know, yeah,
And then
I agree with that.
But I just sometimes wonder if they use mushrooms, you know, you could to lower your cost of your product, you could put some Datura in those mushrooms, and if that was the case, that'll make you do something like that.
But they said the toxicology reports came up clean.
Yeah,
So,
I just don't believe any of that. I don't believe anything Mavitt had to do with it.
yeah, but you see, this is what I'm saying. You have to accept that until other evidence discounts it. You know what I mean? That's the whole
Yeah.
process of assessing things. You've got to take the data that's verifiable, whether you like it or not, and make an assessment.
Yeah, but it's just the only other case I really know of like this would have been like the Manson murders, you know, half a century ago.
Yeah.
And they were on Datura. That was Tex Watson's drug of choice. And are you familiar with that, Datura?
Never heard of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's actually just a new plant that grows. I forget what it's more common people use name, but yeah, Datura. It's hallucinogen, but it's really strong, and it creates psychosis in people a lot. So I could see that. I could see if somebody's under the influence of something like that, and then, like you said, you know, some jealousy and argument starts.
Yeah, I know. I guess I can't see it that way because there's no evidence to support any kind of drug issue here when it came to what we've been told, and until something comes forward, I mean, it's another explanation with no verification. It just.
You're right.
That's the shiny ball in the room, right? So.
Yeah, I think it just comes back to my inability to.
I know. Right. We all want to answer. We all want to know. And there's so many things that are reasonable that people have put. Some things are reasonable, unlike Tommy Jude with 4 frat boys pissing on Ian's face. That nasty bastard.
Right. That was going too far.
Heather, get up here, Heather. You don't, Shamey. Get up here and stand up for yourself, Shamey. I'm not.
Heather must not know who I am.
Who are you? What's your name out here?
Ty Knots.
Ty Knots. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a good name because you see, that's what I try to do is take the facts, tie knots. Even if I don't like the conclusion of the facts, I kick myself in the ass to accept them at face value, like I did with the house, and I admitted today. I didn't have an issue with that house coming down. I suggested that's fine. That's their laws. Let them do it. What's the difference? At the worst, it would protect Brian, which is kind of what you were saying earlier on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but the truth of the matter is, after I see a connective case and connective circumstances, and I think, you know, there's some connectivity there that may not even be real, but it's worth making the argument. And that's what a lawyer is supposed to do when they're trying to get you off. There has to be other explanations the jury can get their head around. And if they don't accept the cops lied and cheated and made up a story, then you should have something else to feed that jury. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You sent me the link 4 times. I know you sent me the link 4 times, Shamey. I opened that link, I think. Did I?
Yeah, Heather.
Sorting out what matters. Yeah. Item 4. Give a time thing. Going back with Judge. I know she said she had video.
There's only 2 people I get in the space with. Jeff H. and Heather Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I won't even let Jeff H. in here. I blocked him.
I know. I was picking on him in a chat the other day, and I told him, I said, "Oh, by the way, Sergeant Friday has called in now. Wants to ring him up."
Yeah, no, he's not welcome in here.
No,
he was in the chat room the other day, and I knew it was him because he gave up something people didn't know. He was one of the few people, if there were only 3 or 4, was that knew him and I had a personal conversation on a phone. And then immediately he went right back. Immediately he went right back to being the same asshole he was before the phone call. So we accomplished nothing, and I just blocked him at that point. Why wouldn't I? Right?
Right. Yeah. I don't know why he does that.
Somebody sent me a message. I don't know who it was. They sent me a text message, and I deleted it. But they're like, Sarge, can you unblock me? I just assumed it was him. Now, when I did politics, I don't know if a lot of the politics people don't follow me anymore. They do on Twitter, but not here. But I had thousands of people on my block list. Thousands. More people blocked than I had inside the room. I had 2,400 followers, and I probably had 5,000 blocks. And people would constantly ask me to unblock them. They'd go through third parties. And I could never understand, if I blocked you, why would you ever want to think I'd let you back around me again? No matter who had you, no matter who you asked to ask me to let you back in, it's just not going to work. I always give people a chance, and if they violate the chance, then I do away with them.
Well, I mean, a person wouldn't have to listen to you for very long to know that you're going to be able to get away with a lot, and you're just don't be like an actual jerk, like Josh.
Well, I just get exhausted by all these, the evidence that's there, and you're going to make up a story so that you can support guilt rather than accept it at face value. Now, like when you brought up possible drugs and her stumbling, I do remember seeing that. But again, I snap into it really isn't part of this case because we're told about toxicology and that there was no drugs. So if that's right or wrong, I don't know, but I have to take it because that's all they're giving me. But I do recognize the point in her stumbling, and I see things in my mind play out. I see images, no matter what we're talking about, planes, no matter. That's how I process data. I see things, and I remember exactly what you're talking about when they were up there waiting for their food, and she was carousing around there, and then she kind of stumbled, and her jacket, she was playing with it. I remember all of that, but I don't connect it to the crime or any of that as being part of how she ended up or why she ended up that way. I think that wasn't it also the girl that fought back the most?
No,
it was it was Maddie and Kaylee, right? Kaylee fought back. Yeah.
No, Maddie, they said, actually fought the least. It looked like she actually may have been asleep. She probably was. I mean, she looked like she's ready to go to sleep.
Yeah. So I acknowledge that, but I don't know that, like I said, I do know that it isn't mentioned or anything like that connected to this crime, her particular condition that night, if it was a condition.
I'm not like making a video and trying to get people to believe it or something, but I think it just comes down to me. It's just hard for me to understand that somebody lost it and did that to 4 people.
Yeah, there's no justification. There just isn't. No. We all, and that's part of what we have to do is try to strip that reasoning, which is so undeniably sound, and try to put yourself in the shoes of people that don't see life that way. And when you do that, you could see, like, who's that guy he represented himself. He always had that smirk. He was very fucking egotistical. Was it Dahmer or one of the other ones that represented themselves?
Oh, it was Bundy.
Yeah, Bundy. And they all have this fucking character about them and a look about them that suggests, and their actions kind of support that they're questionable. And it's I just don't see that with this kid, Brian Koberger. I didn't see it in any of the traffic stops. He wasn't argumentative or defensive or disrespectful to authority at all. That doesn't mean he couldn't commit murder, but he just doesn't seem to me a kid that stole a phone and recovered from drugs, got close with his dad, his own family turned him in. Those sets of circumstances do have an impact on the way people live life and how you grow up. And now you see him in a PhD. He's at the top. He's a teacher's assistant. He's going for IT, the cloud forensics, which is one of the least filled fields in forensics. So people know if they want to be a forensic person.
He was on his way to a great career.
And so to me, I give him the benefit of the doubt that he was a kid that had a trouble, that the family was part of fixing it with him, right? He had a drug problem. He stole his sister's phone. And who visited him in school? His dad came up in the summer to visit him, and then they made plans for him to come back to take that short trip vacation for Thanksgiving and Christmas. So I don't see an abnormal family or him interacting any way at all, other than people want to say he's an incel. I just don't see any of that on the little bit that we have, right? I don't know.
Right.
I just think
not at all.
When he walks into
And
court, he doesn't stare down the people. He tries to be respectful. He doesn't, even if they lie, the kid doesn't even speak up. He sits there, you know, letting happen around him what's happening around. I don't know that I could maintain that level of patience, man.
That guy's got a great deal of self-control.
And did he snap and kill all those kids? I can't say that he did or didn't. And that's the perplexity, is that we all want to create a scenario in which we know.
The thing is, though, if you snap and do something like that to poor people, your car has got to have something in it. You know, you can't just, if you snap, you can't. There's no recovering from that as far as leaving evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you would think. Right, and I'm not so sure that the person they saw with the person connected to that glove and the other blood, I'm not so sure that even indicates that they were perpetrators and not cleaners. I'm not so sure who she saw run away was the person that actually committed the crime. In other words, none of this information adds up to a conclusion. And here we are waiting to go to trial, and we know about as much of who did that as, you know, is the rock in my head.
Well, especially the glove. I mean, they could have been there cleaning up and then got somebody else, some other male DNA blood on their glove, and then just, you know, throwing it away when they're leaving or whatever.
Well, you know, I mean, that makes it look like a multiple person attack. But again, I'll accept that one person could do that. I think that it seems difficult, but with some of the more information Dylan's given us, I wonder what she heard running up and down them stairs, or if she was a part of that, or somebody she knows, or maybe they just didn't see her. It's also possible this woman's completely innocent and the perpetrator never even seen her in that doorway. Because every time the person went up and down, went into the house from the sliding door, her door was closed. Went up the stairs, and her door may have opened, but he wouldn't have known that. Came down the stairs, walked past her door toward Zana's room, her door was closed. So this person, that if there was one person, they had a small understanding of what to expect. Fair enough. That door was closed.
Yeah.
So I can even accept that statement that the perpetrator, but it just starts to get harder and harder when you start hearing all the other things about the crime scene, the 8-hour delay. Now that throws up a caution flag, right?
Well, that's insurmountable. I mean, who could even tolerate? Who could even be in your own home with 4 corpses in there for 8 hours? I mean,
I don't know. I've never been around a body that's been dead that long. I have come across and checked the pulse of a body of a woman that overdosed on heroin, but it was within 15, 20 minutes of the actual overdose. So they were dead.
But she wasn't ripped open though.
They were dead. Right. And she was dead. That's the only time I was ever near a dead person, other than funerals, right? So that was a real life situation. It was in a motel, you know, that you could pay by the hour. Fucked up place. I had a fucked up life when I was young, bro. I was crazy.
That sounds like it.
Yeah. I guess that says it all right there, right? He's like, click, motherfucker. Holy
I believe you.
I would take penicillin after talking with me. It's just a thought. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just passing me, you should be in danger.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, you know, you live and learn.
You know, one person could do it, because I mean, not everyone out there could do it, but there are, you know, people who could do it, one person, because it's, first of all, it's 2 at a time, and you got the element of surprise. And then, you know, if you have a big knife, like a K-bar or anything, even a big kitchen knife, you know, there's no way to defend that. You know, someone who's caught off guard, they don't have anything to fight back with.
Right, no. And it depends on where the initial strike lands. If the initial strike, I mean, if someone stabs you in the chest up by your heart, they don't even got to hit your heart. They don't even got to hit any vital organ. They just need to cut off a nerve, and your arm no longer can help you defend yourself. So the first strike doesn't need to be a death blow. But that guy 12 gauge did a big thing on that. And he's right. When you really think about being stabbed, the location and the depth of the stab wound and what it affects will adversely immediately affect you. If you cut off the nerves in someone's leg, they're not walking away. No, and so a wild swing of the knife could incapacitate you in ways you can't imagine.
Yeah, oh yeah. You didn't see the Apple River stabbing thing?
No.
Nick, you know, it's recorded is the thing that makes it, there's like a 10-minute, the part where he actually stabs these people, it's all recorded.
And how did the
You
people
can see
respond when they were struck with that knife?
Oh, it disabled them. All he did was barely put his hand out. And the one guy was disemboweled. One guy died. There's a big, it's in a river, right?
Okay.
And where the one that he killed, these are young guys too. And the blood in the water looked like out of jaws.
Yep.
There was so much blood.
How many people were killed? How many people were killed?
He killed one, and 4 had to have surgeries.
And when they were hit with the knife, how did they respond? Did they run away? Did they get away, or were they incapacitated?
They were incapacitated, all of them.
Yeah, I mean, a knife is especially something like a K-bar.
Yeah. Like there's videos on YouTube that show a guy. He's like a 10th degree black belt or whatever, and they show that he can't defend a person with a big knife, and all they're doing is like the psycho. You know, he's just kind of stabbing down.
Right.
And that's all the guy does, and there's no way to defend that.
No. Once they get into that what they call that phone booth with you, if you can't get that knife out of their hand or incapacitate the arm wielding that knife, then you're doomed.
Yeah.
There's just, I had a guy stab me, come at me with a big butcher knife, and you know what saved me was the zipper on my jacket, my leather jacket, the zipper itself, the piece you grab and move up and down. The tip of the blade hit that and ricocheted off it bent over to the left. It ricocheted. And it didn't even cut the leather. And I was able to struggle and get him down and get the knife away from him. So, but if I wouldn't have been lucky and it didn't hit that and it had hit the open leather chest, that knife would have went buried right into me. So, and the same thing when you hit a bone when you're driving a knife like that. That knife I don't care if it's a K-bar or not. It's likely to chip the tip of the blade. You're swinging that knife hard into something solid like a bone. Yeah.
Well, they do get stuck where you can't get it out.
And after all of that stabbing, you would definitely have a knife that needed some service, I suspect.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're gonna be covered in blood. I mean,
you would think, man. There was blood spatter on the ceilings. There was blood spatter, from when they're pulling the knife up and swinging it down. It was on the walls, on the ceiling. So this is why I say, again, I'm going to jump to something completely unrelated. This is why Bethany's story is so valuable. This is what makes her story the most important. That's more consistent with their trying to arrange the crime scene. But her argument that the person ran away naked or in shorts, that contradicts the story of the car. In other words, they decided it was going to be Kohlberger, and they decided that no matter what, it was going to be Kohlberger. And they left this information out. But man, I can't even imagine. I had a guy shoot a gun. I was almost shot once. The gun didn't go off the first 4 times he pulled the trigger. After the second click, I was looking for a big piece of curb, and I picked up a piece of curb and I was going to attack him. And he started to run. So I threw the piece of curb and turned around and ran. And after the curb hit the ground, he kept pulling the trigger. And eventually that gun fired. That's fucked up. It didn't hit me. But yeah, that was fucked up. All over some fucking drugs.
Well, I had a problem with a guy with a gun. I was lucky. I was right next to him, so I couldn't really run. But I got lucky and I got it from him. He shot it though while we were struggling.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Yep. People, I don't know. We live in a very, very, very. Here's the saddest part. We live, as far as we know, if we just accept history as it's been told, we live in the most amazing period of history so far. We fly through the fucking skies. We shoot up into fucking space. We could talk. I don't know where you are or who you are. Instant communication globally. Refrigerated food all cut up and ready for you to eat.
We live a lot older. We live a lot longer.
And we live way better, right? You don't have to have 8 kids to supply food for the family.
Our cars have air conditioning. I mean,
we live in an awesome era. We literally do.
Yeah.
It's as good as it's ever been. It's going to get better as long as we don't destroy ourselves and people wake the fuck up. But we really live in an amazing period of history. And it's a turning point.
Yeah.
Look at the technological advances we're making. Now look at, I don't care about AI. AI to me is not what everybody else perceives it to be. AI is algorithms, and man has been able to write algorithms that are extremely convincing. I'm scared of quantum computing. Quantum computing will be a computer that will take everything we know and create solutions that we never thought of or couldn't obtain. That
We
to
don't
me,
even know what it's doing. We don't even know what a quantum computer is doing. No.
well, but if we feed questions, there's truth to that too. That's one of the biggest fear. Okay. And they say they're worried about these silicon chips doing it to us. And the silicon chips limit are going to be to what man inputs into it. So your silicon based computers can never be sentient or conscious or artificially intelligent. It's an illusion. Real artificial intelligence, as you just said, may not even be recognizable by humanity.
Yeah.
Why is artificial intelligence still stuck with human information? How has it not come forward with other ideas based on a summation of all of our information? That's what the quantum computer, that's not using some silicon chip. That's literally using fucking quantum mechanics. That's literally pure use of science in the discovery of particles and how particles interact. And that's particles and how particles interact are what creates your fucking reality. That's why quantum computing needs to be scary.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Einstein and all these colliders around the globe. And now they're going to have particles that interact with each other and come up with thoughts and ideas and solutions. Oh my God, we're not going to be needed. Just keep producing robots by Elon Musk.
You know, a lot of these particles come and go. We don't know where they're coming and going from. I mean,
correct. They appear for such a brief moment of time, and they record it and it's gone. Where'd it go? You're right. Yeah. So we live in both the best time, but also a very curious and possibly dangerous time.
oh yeah.
Elon,
Sure.
go ahead.
Yeah, our progress. I mean, yeah, it's a double-edged sword for sure.
Well, let me just say the AI today, I want to address Susan. An AI today wouldn't use a hammer for 1,800 different things that we do. An AI today, unless it's programmed with an algorithm to search for ways the tool could be used differently, wouldn't think of that all by itself. So in the sense of the current computers, they cannot educate themselves like a 6-year-old can. They could read the whole library and tell you what they read. You could then put algorithms in to see if they can connect like things. But that's the catch-22 between current technology and the quantum computer. The quantum computer will not have that limitation. That's the threat of quantum computing. You may, in fact, be creating and giving the artificial intelligence that they claim they have today, which is not artificially intelligent. It's yet, to my knowledge, have created a solution to any issue that it has available to us that exists for humanity. And I promise you, a computer that's artificially intelligent and can think at the speed of quantum is absolutely gonna be something we need to be afraid of. And they're doing.
I think a quantum computer. That's going to be something different from what AI is.
Way different. No, it's going to be true AI, in a way that we can't even understand. That what we think is AI is simply man-made. It's like hocus pocus. It's kind of like Houdini got out of that box and chains. You know he did it, but you don't know how he did it. And the same thing is our view of computers is the same way. It's like magic. So, you could, it wasn't that long ago, folks, that you could not talk to an electronic and get a response of even an action, like open Internet Explorer. In the early days, I was a big computer guy in the early days of like late 90s and 2000s. And you had to have special software to load into your computer, and you had to train it to your voice because it couldn't otherwise operate. And even then, it operated very poorly. So voice recognition was a big problem for silicon-based computers, and they eventually were able to write software that these chips can execute. And that's a key word. They execute a command. They have more commands and more ability to interact with these commands and execute. But that is not intelligence. It's like people call it a smartphone. It isn't smart. That phone, if I fucking swing a hammer at it, it ain't going to get out of the way. Be afraid. Quantum computers may want to jump back. Right? They're not going to be able to, but I invested in a company that does nuclear power. because all of these artificial all these quantum machines are going to need their own power plant. Nuclear power is coming back. No joke. They ought to.
I just
Go
wonder,
ahead.
I just wonder when, these particles, when they're gone, I mean, are there parallel universes that we don't know about? I mean, what are we interacting with?
I think that, in all fairness, and a lot of people might think this is crazy. If you live long enough, you might realize that motherfucker was right. We are made of light. We are part of the spectrum of light. We are manifest into what we are from light. And the light that you and I can interact with means everything around you is made of light. Everything around you reflects light. Everything is light. Without light, there is nothing. And the proof of that is in space, it's pure black. It's pure black. Turn your back on the sun and you're going to see pure black, because there's nothing in space to reflect light. There is no matter in space. And now when you look at the level of light and the spectrum of light, when you ask about possible different universes, you're most likely going to have other beings of light that interact on light in a different spectrum than you and I can actually interact with or even observe. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And so that's my understanding of life, is when God said, and the Bible, I think, I'm not a religious man, but certain things they say is consistent with the science, even though the science makes it a different story. When he said, let there be light, and there was, I believe that included all matter, all things that are light, and all things that are made of light, including, when he said that was the Big Bang. So even in religion, if you want to stick to have a religious point of view of the universe, let there be light is a Big Bang. So also, when you look at science, any educated scientist will tell you that when they're looking at theoretical physics and quantum physics and things of that nature, they're trying to understand the beginning of it all. And that is the exact same thing religion's doing when they say they're looking for God. So science and religion are actually on the same page. Their approaches are different, but their goals are identical. How did this all become what it is? So I think we live in an amazing time. I mean, for some ex-crackhead to be able to come through with that kind of information, that's kind of shocking in and of itself. Tells you how great this country is. How is that possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to a great extent.
I'm not suggesting I'm right, but I always disagreed with gravity. I never agreed gravity was a force. When I was 6 years old, and 5 years old, I entered school at 4 and was 5. They brought a globe out into the classroom. And when I saw the globe, I said to the teacher, all these pieces of land were connected at once. She goes, no, that just looks that way, but that's not true. I said, no, that they were connected, and I tried to prove it. And they had to take the globe out of the class to shut me up, which probably doesn't surprise anybody. But several years later is when they started teaching continental drift. And in fact, all of these pieces of land were connected. Pretty cool for a 6-year-old to have seen that. I'm sure I wasn't the only one, but then in fact you find out, whoa, so we're floating on some shit there, huh? I think we're floating on oil more than anything else, if you want to know the truth. And gravity, Susan says, can be disproven. Yeah, I don't see gravity as a force. To me, when people ask, my explanation of gravity is, what happens when you push a ball on a hill? What happens to that ball? Does it roll down the hill? And let's just say the hill is shaped like a funnel. As it starts rolling down the hill, if you start moving it around the top of start spinning it in the funnel, it will not fall out the bottom as long as it can maintain that spin around the funnel, right? Mm-hmm. So you put a marble in a funnel and it'll spin and it won't drop into the hole until it slows down enough to travel to the hole. And the reason we don't crash into the sun is because there is no funnel to rub against. There's no friction. There's no air. There's no gases. There's nothing in space. And therefore, the movement of the Earth never changes. We travel at 66,200 something miles an hour every second of every day. That keeps us from falling down the hill into the sun. So gravity is not a force. Gravity is actually the distortion of space itself.
Yeah, isn't that what Einstein?
But the Einstein came up with that Before I even ever read Einstein, I could not accept that gravity was an attractive and a repelling force. I wouldn't buy that as a kid. In all my adult years, I was like, no, it can't be right.
What's the math of that called? Some kind of geometry? Can't remember.
Birds fly because there's air under their wings to provide lift, Susan. A bird couldn't fly in space. And how can gravity, the oceans aren't being held down by gravity. They're being held down by inertia, momentum. We're moving at 67,000 miles an hour. If you're in a car going 50 miles an hour, whether you're on the back bumper, the hood, or the passenger compartment, you too are going 50 miles an hour. And you're kept in the seat of that car through the momentum. And you know that because if I slam on the brakes, you're going out the windshield. So gravity is more connected or more in tune with inertia and the distortion of space itself by matter. Mass causes a depression or a distortion in space. I don't accept time. I disagree with Einstein on space-time. I do not believe time exists, except for in the mind of man as a measurement tool. It's like a ruler, it's like a yardstick, but it is not real in how the universe works. The universe does not have a perception of time, and it shouldn't, in my opinion, be included in the statement of space-time. To me, that shouldn't exist. I think Einstein's totally wrong. And the reason here's an example of why I say that. Our time is based on 24-hour period it takes to rotate our sun. Where else in the universe can you use that measurement? Where else do you have a planet that does that? Because if you don't, then you're going to be in a completely different environment with completely different circumstances, completely different amounts of gravity, and it don't work. Once you step outside of our solar system, what we're saying is time, I don't think applies to it applies to our mind, but not to the reality of the universe. Can you guys believe we went from the Idaho 4 to this? And you don't have to agree with me, but do you see the point I'm trying to make?
I do, yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And in that sense, I completely disagree with Einstein. And I've seen things that explain what Einstein says. You know what Einstein's biggest point was? It's all relative. It's all relative. And here's the thing that he bases this on. And this is why I think that I'm more accurate when it comes to the understanding of time, is that it's relative to your location to the event. So remember, you're never standing still. You might be sitting down and talking to me, but we're both hurling through space at almost 67,000 miles an hour. Okay? Yeah. When you look up in space and you see something moving, what you're seeing, your perception is based on your relative position in that picture. What you see going by as a comet, your perspective of that is different than the person on the comet looking at you. Do you follow me? And this is what Einstein was trying to say.
5'4" person on the step.
Here's a simple example. Drive down a country road and come across a massive chicken farm with a 1,000-foot long chicken coop. Okay? And travel down that road at 40 miles an hour. Now go by it at a jet speed of 1,000 miles an hour. Do you think your perception of that building is the same? Or do you think it's relative and different because of the difference in speed?
Yeah, it seems like a totally different thing.
So you're going to see a barn of 1,000 feet and register and acknowledge 1,000 feet at 40, but at 1,000 miles an hour, it's going to look like a shed, right? You're going to go by it so fucking fast, you're not going to know how big that damn chicken coop, and to you and me, it's massive. But to the guy at 1,000 miles an hour, it's not. And that's what he was trying to explain with relativity. And I think he did a great job. That is accurate. And he also argues you can't go faster than the speed of light. I agree with that because to me, if you exceed the speed of light, you exceed creation. You are light. How can you exceed light? Do you follow me? Physically, how could you do that?
Yeah.
And that's why there's
have to be something else.
Correct. And so how do you move a craft or a group or something faster than the speed of light? Well, you don't move at a speed faster than the speed of light. You have to bend space. Space has to be manipulated because space is the medium in which we live. Just like fish live in the medium of water, we live in a gaseous atmosphere. The universe is a medium. Space is a medium. It is empty to matter, but that does not mean it isn't something. Space is something. And the problem is our ability to perceive what that something is limited because we are built of light. We live in the creation of light and mass. Space doesn't have that. How do we bend space? We know it's provable. Look at the satellites in the sky. There's no argument. Look at the moon. Why doesn't the moon fly away from us? The moon is traveling through space at the same 60. It's like, are we dragging it? How does that work? How about when it's in front of us? Why aren't we dragging it then? It's because the moon is caught up in the same indentation of space that we're moving. We indented space. We're moving the space at 67,000 miles an hour. And that moon is in our depression. And as long as it maintains the speed that it has to go around the depression that it's in, it will never leave the Earth. To me, it makes sense to me. I hope I'm not confusing you or talking out crazy or something.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I've studied this stuff before. It's just been a while since I did anything with it, but
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Being made of light, if we're made of light, that's going to give us that particular perspective.
Right.
Things that are not light.
And light is a wave. And so it doesn't even need to be something else made of light. It could be something that's made from a wave and a frequency we can't identify with. Right?
Yeah, something we resonate with.
And they say light is both wave and particle because they do that slit test where they put two slits in a piece of material and they fire photons at it. And as long as you're not looking at it, they show up in a straight line. But the minute you look at it, they're scattered all over the board. So that's what I mean. That's why I've come to my belief, or not my belief. My thinking tells me we are, even though we're solid, we're light, but everything about us is in motion. Every molecule is moving. Nothing is solid. The desk, the rock, and so forth. How could that all be? If you got it to me, I think it's simple. It's simply a matter of trying to understand that. And I think I've got a grasp of it. Not all of it, but I don't know how to go faster. I don't know how to travel from here to another galaxy. But somebody will. And it'll end up being something from that fucking Star Trek show. You watch. It'll be.
Maybe you will.
Right? That's why I think we need to build an electric country, because energy is the key. Energy is the key. And the more compact and the more efficient you could create a source of energy, the more chances you have to do something like that. Right now, we're the masters of fire. What has mankind mastered other than fire? Everything we do is based on fire. Can you create electricity without fire? Yeah, the wheel and fire, right? They go together hand in hand. The wheel I think fire came first.
Probably fire. Yeah.
Right? But we produce electricity by spinning magnets attached to a turbine with steam that we heat with fire. Mm-hmm. Airplanes, fire. Cars, fire. Everything we do is rockets, fire. We've mastered fire. I mean, we really got that shit down. I think it's time we start looking elsewhere. We're not gonna forget fire. We're masters of that motherfucker. Right? Oh shit.
Hilarious.
All right. Well, I'm gonna call this one in. What was your tie the knot or tie knot?
Tie knot.
Tie knots.
Yeah.
It's TYNOTS, right?
Yeah.
Do you have
TYKNOTS.
Do you have a channel or a stream or something?
No, I'm thinking about starting one just so I can communicate with some people.
All right,
put
cool.
some thoughts down.
Are you?
I don't really think. I think I'm more of a writer. Like my thoughts, I have to write out. I'm not really a video guy.
Do you Are you in the current chat room?
Yeah.
And on YouTube, right? Yeah. Let me see if you're. Put your name. Can you type into the chat room?
I don't know about that. But it's just TY is Ty.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find your name. So, did you say anything at all tonight in the chat room?
Yeah. Early, earlier.
Are you one of our esteemed blue wrenchers?
No.
Yeah, that's kind of.
No, I don't really get into that much.
But it's not so that you have to do it. Listen, blue wrenching in here doesn't mean you got to moderate the chat. It's just an indication that you're a decent person and you're welcome here and you're a regular and you have moderator status, but it doesn't that's why I call people a blue wrench army instead of just moderators.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It's more like a nicety, that's all. I don't have to give you a moderatorship, doesn't matter to me. But
that's cool. No.
That's why I was looking for your name.
I misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were asking me if I was a moderator.
Oh. No. So I guess the next time I'm trying to find, I can't find you. Oh, you know how I might be able to do it? It's at capital TY.
It's just capital TY.
Space. Oh, there you are.
Space. Yeah, no kid.
All right, so that's you, right? Let me see.
Yeah, but if you want to give me a blue wrench, that's cool.
I tried to do it by putting your name in myself, and it doesn't work. If you can go into the chat room and do that, I'll hang here for a few minutes before I close up. And if you go in the chat room and just talk or say, "Hey, here I am," then I'll get it done tonight.
Okay, cool.
Awesome. You were a fantastic guest. Everybody that called in tonight, fantastic.
Cool.
I'm more reasonable
Yeah,
and insane than anybody ever thought.
Oh my. Reasonableness and sanity. It doesn't go far in this community, I don't think.
And no, it goes pretty far. I do have a lot of people, whether they're even subscribers here or not. There's a lot of people know me on both sides of the political and here. I mean, thousands of people, and it's may not be tens of thousands, but it's enough to make me smile. I'm pretty happy. A lot of good people out here. It's
a chat that I found that I like is that Post Woke World. Her.
Is that the girl that wears the mask?
No.
Yeah, I don't know if isn't she big on all these conspiracies? And it could be this one or that one, or this evidence shows this person or that person. Isn't she one of those people?
I haven't watched too many of her videos. I really just go in the live chat because it seems like the people in the chat are all kind of tuned in, you know.
Yeah, I visit. I like Lana because she deals with all these forums, and I go to that guy that a lot of people don't like. Get a Clue, because he does show.
Like him.
He shows up with a lot of documents and stuff. I'm not in agreement with everything he says.
No.
But he does offer his own perspective, and he tries to stay with the facts like I do. And like I say, if you want to build a story based on information we know is fact, then I don't oppose that at all. I just get a little crazy.
When he was called Sigma Chi.
What was his name?
Sigma Chi.
I knew him when his name was Get a Clue. I used to call him Gitta. And
that's a while ago.
Yeah,
in between that one and Murphy, he had Sigma Chi.
Yeah, and I tried following him, but then he folded up and went under and just and went away.
He can't stop himself from criticizing people.
I do too, but I kind of stick it to the group, and some personally named people that I just am fucking just fed up with, man. I can't get over urinating on Ethan's face. I can't forgive anybody for doing that.
That was bad, yeah. And the SA part, that was bad.
I'm sorry. And that's why. So there's the Jeff guy. I just can't stand somebody that'll engage you in conversation and act like he understands what you're saying, and he's just waiting for the chance to show you just how ignorant he is. He did that with me. Well, he could have made a U-turn. Where in the fucking data set does it say anybody made a fucking U-turn? Well, you don't know he didn't. You can't. That's like people with a flat Earth. You got to prove to them the Earth is round. They take the position, prove me wrong, and when someone does
something hilarious,
man, a punch in the face. Go ahead.
You want to see something hilarious that I put out? So we had the hearings, right, the 23rd and 24th,
right?
And on like the 25th or 26th, when everybody, like shocked and trying to gather their senses about all this new information and what's really going on, and he puts out a video that he says the 2013 and 2014 Elantras, the windows are the same. I was like, what are you doing?
Well, of course they're the same. The entire car is made in the same assembly line with the exact same parts, minus a few. From 211 to 213, every part was the same in every one of those cars. And 14 to 16, every part was the same as the previous series, except cosmetic changes on the outside and possibly on the inside. But generally, the only real significant change were rims and the tail and the marker lights in the back. That's
everybody else is trying to come to terms with blood on the rail and blood on the glove outside, and Dylan thinking it's a dream. And he puts out a new video that the windows are the same.
Well, I mean, that to me, the importance of that is like Ann said, the reliability of the witness. Hearsay evidence is perfectly fine. That's what a witness doesn't realize. You're hearsay. You observed something and you're telling us what you observed. But if somebody if you're going to tell us that and you're drunk and stoned and fucked up and think it's a dream, man, you got to disclose that to the court. That's your witness. My witness, Your Honor. Unfortunately, after the statement, we were told by her with no uncertain terms that she was under the influence and not sure if she was awake, and if this wasn't a dream, she didn't know. The court had you have every obligation to share that with the court. And that's what bothers me. Americans, they think that like I'm arguing for his innocence, and I'm not. I'm trying to show people that these details matter in this world, especially in this country, because you're the only country that should have that fucking way. You should be treated that way, right?
Yeah.
You know,
That's like, you know, people, they talk about like if a police stop you or pull you over or whatever, that you really shouldn't talk to them. And I always said the person who really needs to not talk to the police is the person who's innocent, because you don't know what happened. Anything you say might be putting you there.
yeah, we know there's 3 interviews with the police.
Yeah.
With Brian Kober. I'd like to know what those interviews say. Were they done after he was Mirandized or before? How about the cop that went and kicked in his door, was part of that group, had a tape recorder in his pocket? What's on that recorder?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Brian could have screamed, I did it, being admissible. He had Mirandized the guy. I mean,
the public trial was one of the most important things that the founding, founders of this country put in there.
Well, the founders also put in. Do you know why there's an indictment? Do you know why that even exists? You don't, so I'll tell you.
Oh
why.
yeah.
Or you do?
Yeah. I mean, I know.
What do you understand it to mean?
Yeah, my understanding of the like a grand jury indictment.
You're right.
It's because grand juries it's all secret forever.
No.
That way you can test a case, and if the grand jury decides not to indict, then you don't hurt that person with the information that you've been looking at.
But do you know why that? Okay, you're all right. You're describing a grand jury exactly what it's for. But do you know why it's for that? How that happened is this. We're based off of English law. English common law or proper law or whatever term they use. So even though we're America, we are ultimately, our mother country was England. And so we adopted a lot and altered a lot. The Constitution is altered a lot, right? But the reason for the indictment was because you could have like the Duke of Windsor come into all of his money and have all of his businesses and all of his wealth. And you, the King of England, would then start accusing him of misdeeds and bad doings and crimes. And you would destroy his reputation and destroy him. And then you could swoop in and take his fucking castle. That was happening in England. And so when America was formed, and it may be like this now in England too, there was a protection put between what we call the government and the people. And even though the guy was a duke, he was still a citizen. So in America, what the reason for this was, the government can't accuse you of a crime and deride your reputation and defame you and then destroy you. And the part that we live today, when you look at the world today, whether you support Trump or not, that's an example of exactly what the government is not supposed to do. It's complicit attorneys, it's complicit judges that have a completely different worldview. They think that their decision, just like Bill Thompson, I know who did it, I know what's right and wrong. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I'm going to get a conviction. That mentality was why the indictment process was created. And we've been trained to think that they can indict a ham sandwich. And that's become true because we've allowed it as citizens. This is one of the points. And this case is a very educational case if people want to realize how your justice system is supposed to work in America. And Ann is struggling to get that message out and remind the court. And what people also don't realize is the judge's job is to protect the defendant from government. A lot of people don't know that. They think a judge is there to judge the person guilty or innocent, and it's completely not that at all. That's why you have motions to suppress and you have motions to compel. The judge has to weigh what the government is alleging and what the government is giving to the citizen as being constitutionally within their bounds. They can't cross that Constitution. And what you've seen happen to our law in our country is it's become this defamatory system on TV. Now on social media, where everybody's convicted Brian, right? Everybody convicted that poor guy in the Kansas City 3. He was a stupid victim with his stupid friends that did drugs. Okay, they were all stupid for doing that. 3 of them lost their lives. That's how stupid it was. He survived, but he was destroyed in the medium with no due process. That's what the indictment was to prevent. Okay, and you don't see it doesn't work like that anymore. I don't know that it's ever worked like that. In all fairness, but I shouldn't have all this defaming information against the defendant, regardless if it's Brian or you. I should see what you're being accused of and what the proof is of the accusation. That's all I should be privy to. I don't need to know if you slept with your wife or your wife's neighbor or girlfriend or it's none of my business, man. Unless it pertains to the crime you're being accused of. But oftentimes, look what they did to the guy that said he killed his wife. What was his name? It's a good-looking guy, good-looking wife. I forget the case in Florida. She was found, her body was found in a bag. Blah blah blah.
Oh yeah. I just can't think of it. He just recently trying to get a new trial.
And I'm not sure that he didn't get a new trial or did get a new trial, but there was evidence that they found that the defense didn't disclose. Yeah, there's exculpatory evidence the defense never gave them. And that's why that case is being pushed by some of these, these innocent freedom groups. And there's a group of people working, lawyers, to try to get this case brought back or overturned or appealed because they discovered that the prosecution had exculpatory evidence that was not given to the defense. And our justice, and Americans don't seem to want to push for that. The Alec Baldwin case, another example.
Yeah.
Right? Look at the Gigolo case.
That was great.
You heard about the Gigolo case in New York, the serial killer?
I'm vaguely aware of it.
Okay.
Sounds like they just keep finding more and more bodies into him.
In that case, that 10 years of police corruption prevented them from solving a crime that they most likely apparently had the solution in hand. But the corruption kept people from actually concentrating on the case. From the chief to the detectives so this guy remained in the public for 10 years because of your corruption.
Wow, yeah.
It's our justice system, our entire nation. We've allowed it to become undermined. To me, I see the Koberger case as just a microcosm of the whole. And that's why I'm so...
Yeah, and that's what makes it so scary.
And to me, I don't know why, but I feel like compelled to try to keep coming out and pointing out, pay attention to the facts. Innocent till proven guilty. Show me the proof. Let's talk about the proof. Let's not talk about what the proof could mean. Let's talk about it for what it means in the context they're telling us. Right? I mean, that's what they're telling us, that his car was there. Well, no, now they're admitting it wasn't. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's helpful. What you do is helpful. It helped me. I kind of snapped out of it, like you said you did. I was like, I got sucked into it.
It's so easy to get sucked into the group fucking thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did it too when you started talking about the Grubhub truck. And I'm not condemning you or attacking. I'm just saying that when you look at some of these things, they do look like they may have a bearing on the case. And you have to snap yourself out of it and say, but there's nothing in the documentation to talk about the Grub truck. Nothing. So let's not pay attention. Let's see if they got the right guy. Let's see if the proof exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we should all get together and sign letters and send them to that fucking county. What are you people doing to this guy? Let him go. Right? Or show us the money. Show us why hide this? Why is this secret? What could possibly be secret when we know 4 people? Why do we even know 4 people are dead if everything's going to be kept secret? Why do we, right? Why tell me the crime he's alleged of if you're going to keep it all secret? I don't even want to know. If it's secret, it's secret. So Koberger is an important case on 100 levels. I agree, Susan. All right. I don't see you in the chat room. Get your ass out there and say something in the chat room before you get off.
I'm going to, for sure.
And I really, really appreciated talking with you. You're a very good guest.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the call.
No, thank you. We'll talk to you. All right, let me see here. Stop screen share. Okay. Now I can close that window. Yeah, that was I enjoyed that conversation. Is fucking all over the fucking world as it was. Yep, and Ann's doing well. I think Ann's got the same problem that I struggle with. Is that you run into a bunch of people believe something, and you could talk until you're blue in the face, and they just won't. They won't question their belief. They will not separate what they believe from anything that you show them, no matter how real it is. And I just can't hang around. I can't associate with people like that. You know, and those people will run around and they'll say things like, oh, he's got to be right. He's fighting it. It's the furthest thing from the truth. The only thing I need to be right about are the facts that I'm discussing. And if I'm wrong, then hey, let me have it. You know what I'm saying? Where did the tie knot go? Hopefully you didn't have to sign in and fuck around too much. Belief persistence. They say a cognitive dissonance, but that's really not accurate. It's not cognitive dissonance. It's a trained fucking way to deal with information that's wrong. What's up there, Huffy Master? That's what it is. We all suffer from that same fucking defect. We've been taught and trained to observe and interact with information that's just poor. It's very, very poor. So, right. We all have our things that we're unreasonable about. There you go. Tie knots. There you go. You should have I'll refresh my page. But you should have a blue wrench now. What do we got? We had a whole bunch of people in here tonight. Now there's only 50 in here, but 146. So there's got to be, well, there's 4 people over on Rumble. That's the most I've ever seen on Rumble. What the hell, Rumble? That's some craziness. Get rid of my banner. I'll put this up. Get rid of the phone number. All right. There you go, Ty. I don't know why you're not you're not showing blue on my screen, and I assigned it to you. Let's see here after a refresh if you come up as a moderator. Huh? I don't know. Chat something back, Ty. Let's see if you come up blue. If you're still there, Ty, put a hello or a bunch of just any random keystrokes into the chat. You don't even have to say anything. Just there you go. Now you got the blue. All right, that's what I wanted to see. Make sure it took. All right, folks, listen, it's been awesome. Been a great evening. I enjoyed myself immensely because of the people that I interact with and the chat room. Very, very, very good chat room. You people are awesome. I don't want to sound like harsh. Fuck that noise. But yeah, thanks for coming out. Thanks for listening. This is Your Ass Hurts News Network from the top of Cock Tower in Beijing, China. We'll be back. Until then, stay out of trouble.